to a breakthrough. In 1980, he created an equation of his own, one that combined all of the Julius sets into a single image. When Mandelbrot iterated his equation, he got his own set of numbers. Graphed on a computer, it was a kind of roadmap of all the Julius sets, and quickly became famous as the emblem of fractal geometry. The Mandelbrot set.
It's not easy to describe the Mandelbrot set visually. It looks like a man, it looks like a cat, it looks like a cactus, it looks like a cockroach. It's got little bits and pieces that remind us of almost anything that you can see out in the real world, particularly living things. So it has a character that reminds us of a lot of things, and yet it itself is unique and new.
The Mandelbrot set is real, an absolute thing, no question whatsoever. Any mathematician or any computer scientist or student in a school can study it and find the same described.
By zooming in.
Shalom, shalom, family. As always, at the 10-minute mark. Since I'm not at the 10-minute mark or nothing, I'm just going to say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father in heaven, honor be thy name. May thy kingdom come. May thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us each day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us on the righteous path and guard us from the evil. In every prayer. All right. Let's dive right in. So this might sound a little weird, but we're gonna dive in. First thing we're gonna start with is a little talk on some of the finds that people find themselves. Like, here's an interesting question: what does it mean to have Neanderthal or Denisovan DNA? Interesting stuff. Just gonna give you a quick understanding, right? Right here, the percentage of Neanderthal DNA in modern humans is 0 or close to 0 in people from African populations, and is about 1 to 2% in people of European or Asian backgrounds. The percentage of Denisovan DNA is highest in Malaysians population, 4 to 6%, lower in other Southeast Asian, right, Pacific Islander populations, and very low and or undetectable elsewhere in the world. So that's different percentage in different people, right? So it's just very important. But here I'm just give you a highlight of something that's very important. While knowing how much DNA a person has in common with his or her Neanderthal or Denisovan ancestors may be interesting, these data do not provide practical information about a person's current health or causes of developing particular diseases causing more or less DNA in common with Arctic humans, right? Says this is very important. This is what's important. Having more or less DNA in common with Arctic humans says nothing about how evolved a person is. So just because someone has Neanderthal or Denisovan in them, it doesn't tell them how evolved they are, if they evolved from them, because you got to also know the way that they are also showing how that's in them, right? No human actually descended from a Neanderthal or Denisovan, but the way that they had that admixture is just because of the relation, the way that they're related. We'll talk about that today. Nor does it give any indication of strength or intelligence, right? So just because that stuff is in you, right? Neanderthal, Denisovan, that's not saying like Neanderthal as in dumb, right? That's not talking about obviously your cognitive level, right? For now, knowing which specific gene variant a person inherit from Neanderthal or Denisovan ancestors provides only limited information about a few physical traits. So very interesting. But listen, this is why it's kind of interesting why I'm showing you that, because just 2020, there was a paper that they had brought out when they were studying on COVID, and they actually found something interesting concerning COVID. And it actually has to do with the alleles that are in, or the alleles and the things that are from the Neanderthal, pretty much. COVID-19 risks haplogroups differ between populations. Obviously, when you talk about what's in Neanderthal haplotypes, basically, long story short, is that it talks about there's a different risk factor between. This may sound weird, but there's a different risk factor in even just a small percentage of the Neanderthal in someone. I'm gonna show what I mean by that. I'm just gonna jump down to something and just point something out before we start diving in. All right, so this is kind of something that it just talks about. I'm gonna actually put something here. Right to something here. All right, so just a little something down here I thought was kind of, I don't know if you ever seen this before, but I thought it was interesting. It talks about haplogroup H3. Now, what these are is just basically certain things and certain people that they're testing. I'm not gonna go super deep into it. I'm just gonna show a little highlight of it. Haplogroup H3 has highest risk of probability and is most common risk haplogroup in Europeans and Americans. So let's talk about right here. All. Let me make sure I said it right. All right, let me make sure I also cleared the screen so that you can see the bottom there. Let me make this wider. There we go. All right, back to this. All right, all human risks haplogroups differ from Neanderthal haplotypes, right? This talks about basically because the Neanderthal mixture, you'll have a little difference. I'm gonna keep going, keep moving lower to get to the part that I want to show you here. All right. Here's the conclusion. In conclusion, we find that classification into high and low COVID risks is extremely error-prone in non-European populations. Now, why it says error-prone, I'm gonna show you on a chart what they're saying. It basically is saying that there's more like risks that apply, right? These apply to, it was talking about few Europeans, but mostly to non-Europeans. When it's talk about like catching the high risk of COVID. So let me show you on the picture real fast that I have right here. Go right down to it. Just a quick thing real fast. Here it is right here. What you're basically looking at here is one side that you're looking at here is actually going to be, you can see here is going to basically set Africans on one side. So you can see some Africans here. So this brown is African, this yellow is African. And then you'll see over here, they'll have basically like Europeans or Americans or South Asians. And what you can see is that on their scale, you can see that the risk probability is actually really high for basically what they were saying is that the Neanderthal risk, that Neanderthal mixture raises up the risk factor quite high, actually. As you can see right here, it brings it all, pretty much these ones are all the way at the top for those ones. These ones are more lower. And this is just a division for basically what they put is certain type of haplogroups. And on this side, it's like, this will be the like black and this will be like white. And apparently like that Neanderthal mixture does do something when it comes to COVID. So just to show that a little bit, just to like make a little light understanding for that mixture. Some people don't have it in them. Some people have it in them, and it does cause a little difference. Why is that important, right? We already know that there were Neanderthals all over the world. We know that they had some connections with some of the people after the flood because of certain mixtures from women that they must have got right before the flood. Indigenous Arabs are descendants of the earliest split from ancient Eurasian populations, right? Indigenous Europe. Now, you probably already, when people think of indigenous Arabs, how far back do you think of Arabs, right? How far do you think of someone in the era of Arabia? You think as far back as like maybe an ancient pre-human? That's pretty far back. But let's look at something as we dive in. Let's go deep into the biblical narrative and talk about Adam and Eve, and we're going to talk about genetics. And I'm going to show you how, starting with Adam and Eve, even to Cain's line, we can see what's going on today. It makes perfect sense. And we're going to basically explain by going over the history. Just going to show you, just to show the note already before I zoom in. So this is the note that I'm going to go over. We got a couple things, not too much, but you see right here, but we're going to be charting some things as we go over it. So let's keep on keeping on. So we're going to start with this tree.
Anyway, Adam and Eve went on to have a third son named Seth, as well as a bunch of other children. It is from Seth's line that we eventually get the next major character in the Bible, Noah. But before I go on, I want to point out that both Cain's line and Seth's line are recorded in the Bible and that they have some interesting similarities. Both contain a series of 6 names that are almost identical, except for one small swap and several alternate spellings.
So this, at first, when I first seen this made no sense to me. Why did Cain almost have about the same children with the same names, right? Let me go to a tree. I think I have one already on one of these. Let me actually go to a tree real fast. You see, I got a couple of things set for a side. I'm telling you, without a doubt, I guarantee you'll learn something new here. We're going to go over something, and it's going to obviously be actual factual information. I'm just going to see if I got my little thing. Otherwise, I'll open up another one because I need the little family tree to kind of help make it clear. All right, let me open up a little family tree here. Because this is actually kind of important to see. Let me see, I had a nice one earlier, but let me try. All right, this one, here it is. This will work. All right, so we can see right here, I'm gonna just maybe use this little magnifying glass if it works. All right. All right, so this is what I want you to see real fast. So obviously from Adam and Eve, the biblical narrative tells us, as even the scientific method even shows us, that there was a genetic Adam and a genetic Eve. It tells us that obviously there was Abel and there was Cain first. Cain killed Abel. Do we know if Abel had kids? We don't know if Abel had kids. We know Cain had kids because the biblical narrative tells us word for word those kids. Let's actually make sure we open up the book real fast. Because what we're going to be doing is I'm going to show you how E1B1A, without a doubt, moves into the areas of Africa, and it makes perfect sense when you understand the biblical narrative. Now, always remember this before I jump here. Before Adam and Eve, we got to know what the world was like. It was obviously different at that time, and we got to also know there was a river, right, by name. The name of that river, right, the second river is Gihon, right? The same is it that compassed the whole land of Ethiopia. We're going to talk about some sources on how that river is basically going about into the area of Ethiopia and who goes to that area of that river, right? It's very important with that one. But let's keep on keeping on to this scripture here. I want to use, let's use that one. All right, let's open this chapter up. All right. This works right here. Or rather, I'll use, so like this little site more. I'll just copy another one of these so that we can go to it on this. All right. All right, now let's go to the chapters real fast and talk about Cain's line real fast. So right here is just talking about what happened with Eve, right? They was driven out of Eden, right? And then right here, you can see they bore children, right? She bore Cain and everything, because we're working our way through the line of Seth. But first, we got to understand that Cain was there, right? Very early. He's another line, but you're going to know that actually he's going to be genetically close to Seth. Why is that important? Because what Seth can make, Cain can make, right? That means what Noah can make, Seth also can bring forth that same line. So remember that when we look at these things, because sometimes you might see double, you might see lines that just seem like, why are they so old? Why are they like that? Because it's pre-flood people. The Cain's family, before the flood, that's going to be astronomical numbers. We're going to see some of those things. All right, so here's Cain. So, but into Cain and his offspring, right? We're gonna see his offering right here. You can see obviously he had a fall and everything, and he was all angry. I'm gonna jump down to where his offspring is. All right. So it says, and Cain went out from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod, right? On the east of Eden. Now that's very important. So where Eden is, and most people believe Eden will be somewhere, right? Somewhere about in the area of the Middle East and Africa. There's going to be a very important thing to get a little idea of that. While this little thing loads here, I'm just going to read a few things on Eden. Let's actually go to something here. So obviously we got the Genesis right there for a little something there. I'm going to point out something here. So if we know about this area, there's actually evidence of dried rivers, right? If you know, this is the Euphrates and the Tigris, which is talked about too, being a river for the basically the events of the first Genesis story. But there's also evidence of dried rivers that were over here, right? We'll talk about that as we go on, because we're going to start talking about some ancient things in a little bit. But let's first talk about this family line. So you can see everything talked about here, but I'll just go to this for the visual because we already have it right here, the visual here. So let's take a look here at this little thing. Let me actually open it up on a another tab here. All right. And we don't want it that big. All right, that's all right there. All right, so now notice Cain's line here is going to be obviously a brother's line of Seth, right? These are going to be brothers. And that's going to be very important, right? That's going to be very, very, very important as we proceed. So remember that. So they have sons that have almost like the same name, but some obviously, if you count down the lines, they're switched. That's almost like a sign to let you know about the mutations. That's going to be a similarity in mutations. It's going to be very important that obviously these are brothers. Now, also, let me also mention this, because Adam is so pure, he would not have any mutations. So you shouldn't expect that from Adam to Seth and Cain, you're not going to find a major mutation automatically, right? You're going to find maybe soon the mutation starting to kick off, but you should also know that those lineages early on will be very, very early. And also remember, the tree is also enormous, because Adam could have had more sons. He can have more daughters, right? We only know about these lines, these ones right here. And obviously each one of these can have multiple sons and multiple daughters. That's also important too when we go over this. Let's continue.
So one possibility is that both genealogies share a common origin. In other words, maybe there was originally one list of ancestors that was passed down orally, but over the centuries,
obviously, these are both from Adam and Eve. Does it get a good understanding? And that's how the whole world gets filled, right? Let's jump to some historical things so that we can get a little dive here. All right, so before we dive in, prepare your heart, because we're going to be talking about what's the real truth of what happened in the world, and it's not pretty, right? It's just not pretty. It doesn't start pretty, right? We already talked about the Younger Dryas, if you remember. We talked about the evidence of the flood. What happened after the flood? Something happened. After Cain and Abel and all that stuff passed, and Seth brought forth his line after the flood, something happened. Let me show you something. About 13,000 years ago, and remember these years, we already went over the Younger Dryas and stuff. I'll put a link in the description for information on how we broke down the beginning to the end. 13,000-year-old sub-Saharan remains tell of first known Homo sapien war in Africa. All right, well, now this is really interesting. There's a war that's happening in Africa. It's happening in Sudan, around the banks of the Nile, right? This is going to be very important. How do we know that it's going to be a battle? We're going to look into it. So remember this name right here, Turkana, right? We're going to see what's going on there. They found 27 skeletons there, right? There was blades there, right? And there was cuts on the bones and everything, fractures on the bones, injuries, right? They seen that was obviously some battle when going on there, and people were basically fighting each other, right? So they had a lot of things going on in that area. Located between the Euphrates and Tigris River, the hilly flank of Upper Mesopotamia were home to the earliest sedentary hunter-gatherers who built the first monumental structures at I don't know how you say that. Gober tape. I don't know how you say this one. Go tape, right? It's different ways you say that. Gober tape. I don't know how you say that. And this is what's very important to understand. Basically, at this place, I'm gonna show it on a map. We're gonna find some connections from this place and upper areas going into Africa and fighting with individuals in the areas of Africa. That's what we're gonna see today. That there's a lot of things that was happening. So it's gonna be a group that was over here in this area, right? And they're gonna go into the areas of Africa, and they're going to basically have some interactions with some individuals there. All right, and we're gonna pull up some haplogroups when we start doing this. All right, so a genomic screenshot of demographic and culture is very important. It's gonna be about the Upper Mesopotamia during the Neolithic transition. So it's going to be very important. It's going to be a Neolithic transition because we're going to work our way to Abraham's time, and we're going to get through all the history of all that time, all the way to basically the time of Israel and everything. And we're going to show that they were in the Levant in the right time at the Iron Age, right? We want to show that they were in the Levant at the Iron Age. All right, so let me first show what's going on here. Let's just get right to it. Who do they find fighting? They actually found the Natufian fight going downwards and fighting with the people of Africa. So you can see right here when they talk about what they have. It's going to jump down right here. So you can see what's going on. Let me actually point it out. So right here, they're just talking about the route, pretty much all the age, right, to the past to present. They know that the Levant and different areas obviously was filled with the Natufian. You can see the larger lines, right? Larger than those of the Zagros that come down into the areas of Levant, larger than those of the different time frames, right? Even the Levant Neolithic, the Natufian, even in future time, they're there for a long time. That's just something to know, that we're going to see something going on with these groups that's going to be interacting all together in these areas. That's going to be very important. So you can see right here, they're basically going to talk about some obviously damage wounds that they're seeing happening. Let's close this and keep on going. So before we proceed, it's very important to know that obviously when you see these things, you got to understand that there's obviously people in the upper area, right? There's going to be people in the upper area. There's going to be people moving about in different areas to get a good understanding of what's happening there, right? So that's what that was. I'll make sure. I think I also wanted to open up a PDF on this, or this is the PDF. All right. So I just wanted to show you that real fast, a little bit on this before we proceed, because we're going to proceed on some things. So obviously, it's going to be some ancient peoples. So if you know what I'm showing you, obviously these are cultures that have idolatry. So don't be shocked that they have idolatry. Watch what it says in Joshua 24:2. And Joshua said unto the people, thus says the Lord God of Israel, your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood in old times. And I'm going to show you that actually a lot of E groups, they didn't start in Africa. They actually started above the Euphrates. And that's what you're going to see today. That's why they say this. Even Terah, right? The father of Abraham. So even Terah, the father of Abraham and the father of Nahor, right? They served other gods. That's very important. They served other gods. And I took your father Abraham from the other side of the flood, that's from talk about the Euphrates, and led him through all the land of Canaan and multiplied his seed, right? And gave, now it's important, so his seed was multiplied on the other side of the flood, not above the Euphrates, but on the other side, and gave him Isaac, and gave unto Isaac Jacob and Esau. So remember that, Jacob and Esau. So Esau was also in the Levant, and he will move throughout other areas in the Levant, and gave into Esau Mount Seir. And remember, Esau had to fight basically what were like giants, right? Basically a subspecies that was in the areas of Mount Seir. So just consider that as we continue to possess it. But Jacob and his children went down into Egypt. So who went down into Egypt? Jacob and his children. So remember, there's a cave. Obviously Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We don't have their fossils, right? There's a cave. We already know is a cave. It's called the Cave of the Patriarchs. We can't open it. That's where Abraham, Isaac. They say even Adam and Eve, early patriarchs. They say even Sarah's buried there. So a lot of people are there. We can't open it yet, but we can find Jacob and his children. Where would they be? Where would they develop? In Egypt, Africa. I sent Moses also and Aaron, and I plagued Egypt, right? The land of Ham, right? According to that which I did among them, and afterwards I brought you out. So that's a real out of Africa experience. So he said, I surely brought you out, right? He brought you out. Let's keep on diving into these things. So always remember that on the other side, there was worshiping idols. And that's where mostly the people was on the other side. I guarantee you, I'm gonna make this statement. I guarantee you this statement stands as we go over this thing. You'll never find an E1B1A in Mesolithic or Paleolithic in Africa. You'll never find an E1B1A in Mesolithic or Paleolithic time in Africa, because it doesn't exist. Not an E1B1A in Africa at that time. Watch what happens here. There are several lines of evidence that support the idea of connection between the Neolithic in the Near East and in the Indian continent. The prehistoric site is going to be very important. Some of these names that I can't pronounce some of them, but it's going to be basically modern Pakistan is the earliest Neolithic site in Northwest Indian continent, dated 8,500 BC. So that's about 10,000 years ago. Let's click this and show what we're talking about here, right? So it says the Near Eastern roots of Neolithic in South Asia, right? This is very important. It's just basically letting us know that there's people that's all in these areas that's connected with people all the way in these areas and all the way over here. Note this area over here. We're going to also see some important things with these areas over here. I'm just going to leave that there. Right? Remember we were talking about gold tape, right? They have obviously wild donkeys, right? And they have other species. What's important is the same effects with humans. You have the same effects with animals. This is actually something that they found. They found out that another place, this place right here, that we're going to also talk about. Let me actually show it on the map. So we're saying this gold. Remember, this place right here has connections to this place. So this place has connection to this place, and it has connections to one more place. So that's going to be about 10,000 BC, right? They say. And another place about 3,000 BC, right? By the animals, because the animals, that's important too, when noting people who have the same type of like breeds, same species. So getting some connections to like what's connecting to what all pieces are connecting together there. I'm gonna pause that. We're gonna say that for later. All right, let's get back into it. All right, two sites located in the direct. There's obviously get a little understanding that these are in areas of Syria, right? It's talk about basically donkeys that have connection with each other in these areas of Syria, right? You have genetic continuous populations basically growing. Basically the descendants of these populations have a continuous growth. Long story short, to get that understood. Here's basically what is talking about, what's going on here, right? Genetic identity of the earliest human-made hybrid animals. Now, this is why I was showing you this, because these animals, these humans were breeding these animals in a certain way. And also they were written about in their documents. They know that they was writing about these certain animals like this in some of their documents and some of the cuneiform. Let's see if I can find it real fast on here. I think it might be on this one, or it might be on the next one I'm going to go to. Here it is right here. All right. So you can see right here, before the introduction of the domestic horses in Mesopotamia in the late and third millennium, right, BC, right, contemporary basically cuneiform tablets and seals documented basically international breeding of highly valued, right? They talk about this, basically what they're talking about. Let me just scroll down and show, right? You know about how they have on different pictures of the Sumer, right? Sumer had a lot of horses. Look at those horses, right? They had to be bred very perfect if you want to have some very well-behaved horses and everything. So they have some very nice horses. You can see one on this picture right there. And notice the people, as they the populations change, you can also see the change on sometimes the people's phenotype. Like you can kind of see these people have a kind of a more round nose shape, and then you start to see more of this like a kind of like a longer nose shape. We'll talk about some of those things. The phenotype change. Look at that little, what's that, like a unicorn? Look at what's going on there. All right, let's keep on. Let's keep on keeping on. So this is just a little idea that they had connections, right? They had connections with animals, right? I'm not just showing these animals just for no reason, but they have connections. So you can see right here. Remember these areas I was just showing you about these areas, and this area over here, global tape. So these areas have some connections all around, right? They got animal. You can see the fossils of the animals. So you can see they got the animal connection with these different areas. We're gonna see what culture it is that's gonna have these connections here. So very, very important is getting little connections here. So obviously, when you think about the donkey, obviously that's gonna be connections with the horse and stuff. So it's saying basically that breed, that species, is basically connection with a lot of different species all around, from Syria, from Iran, from Mongolia, to all types of different things like that. So this species, right? Because we know when the animals got off the ark, they were the same kind. So one horse would be the same horse of one kind, right? But you'll have different branches of that horse, right? You have one animal that makes a horse, and it can make a donkey. It can make all types of different animals, right? But it's a certain breed of donkeys. It talks about some are small, some are large, right? But they're in these different cultures. We're going to talk about that because it connects the cultures together. We're going to talk about that. But then things go, I don't know what happens, but from 10,000 BC to 3,000 BC, something happens. Remember I was showing you that about that battle earlier? Let me show you something. When we think about warfare, how old is warfare? Right? Warfare is very old. The earliest limited evidence of warfare in obviously you see right here, Mesolithic Europe, obviously dates to that time we was just talking about 10,000 years ago. And it just talks about an episode of warfare, right? Appear in the remains of basically localized individuals that are found in the late Mesolithic and early Neolithic in Europe. So warfare, it was taken off. The towns were fighting early, right? Soon as they got off the ark, they were fighting. They were going at it, right? And we also found them in a certain cave in Iberia, right? They're going to be in this cave here. So that's going to be important. They quickly go to Spain and they go at it. We're going to note that, which groups we're going to find there. Of the Mesolithic shows explicit scenes of battle between groups of archers. So you can see even on this little painting here, right? A little cave painting. So they're showing these archers going at it. You can see they're like trying to skillfully evade each other, to shoot each other with archers. So most likely because, thinking of how weapons work and everything, obviously the bow has a high advantage, right? Early war was influenced by the development of bows, maces, and slings, right? And then you can see obviously having tactics and everything, what they were doing. Now let's get a little deeper into these things, because this is just a little example of just starting off into these things. Now let's go up here. Let me show you something right here. The most ancient, right, archaeological record of what could have been a prehistoric massacre is at the site of, remember we talked about a site in Africa, right? Jebel, right here. You can see, man, we were talking about the Younger Dryas. It is associated with basically this Akkadian culture, dated to the Younger Dryas, some 12 to 15,000 years ago, right? One skeleton and whatnot. You can see right here who was in it, committed by the Natufian. Wait a second. Wasn't these like, didn't we talk about that these being stationary fellows just settling down, just living a normal life. But now we're seeing that these Natufian are basically actually fighting, battling with a couple different people against a population associated with the Kadar culture. So a different culture, the Natufians, which are in the Levant, were fighting with a different culture that was in Africa. So that's very important. So we're going to see a population replacement in Africa, because we already got established the Natufian that are in the Levant are found fighting with another culture in Africa in the northern Sudan. So that's going to be very important. We're going to be seeing some battling that's going to be happening in these areas to get a little understanding. Let's dive a little more into it as we go into these things. Here's a little more detailed illustration of it. We already talked about this one, right? We was looking at some of the damaging, the evidence of the damage that they were doing. So there's massive evidence for these things, right? Obviously, early evidence of war that was going on. It's absolutely horrible, but it did happen. This was a woman that was actually pregnant that they actually killed. You can see right here that this skeleton was that of a young woman who was pregnant at the time of her death, right? It shows that she was in a sitting position. Her hands were crossed and her legs crossed, and obviously she showed that she was being bound. So, and then they show that people suffered with smashed skulls, apparently with wooden clubs and broken knees and ribs and hands. So obviously this was a attack that was happening here. This was a wild attack that was happening here, and obviously an unmerciful one that we're seeing there. But you can see, let's keep on understanding while we're going over these things. So remember, I was talking about the connection here. So remember, the Natufian are going to obviously be on the outside of Africa, fighting with some people inside of Africa. But we know that there were rivers long time ago in Arabia, right? Satellites can see ancient rivers that were moving about, right? Enter into areas of Kuwait, right? Old streams that vanished. The reason why that's important, because we're going to talk about that when we get to the connection of some of these things, right? We're going to get to the history and everything onto these things. All right, a little more into that event, right? Remember, it was the Natufian fighting with some people in the areas of Africa, right? Pre-Holstein, right? You can see right here, new insight, and basically in that violence that was happening there, right? Getting a little bit understanding. They know that some of them was trying to heal and everything, and all that jazz that was happening there. So here's a little bit of it. So we know it involved the Natufian. We know that this had involved the Natufian, and it was an event that's going to happen in this area of Africa. So we're going to note this area. So the Natufian was over here. Now they're making their way into Africa, and they're fighting with somebody. They're going at it. A long time ago, they're going at it with somebody that's in the area of Africa, right? They're taking the areas that are upper and lower Egypt. So they're going at it over here. So we got evidence of battles, right? We just talk about that. They know different spots of the body that was damaged, right? They seen the evidence of those things. They seen the tools that they were using, right? That time they was using some type of stone tools, right? They were going at it, right? You can see the damages in the bones. It was a wild, it was a crazy event, right? It was something that took off out of nowhere. Gonna make sure everything on this little page, all right? So that's just a little more into it, right? So we're gonna look at that. What's that other culture, right? What's going on with that Akkadian culture? What's going on with that culture that's down there in the land of Egypt? So it's obviously someone different than the Natufian. Is letting us know a little bit about basically something about the Mesolithic and Neolithic time frame. I talked about this before. You got to look at a certain culture in the times when you start looking at Gasulians and things like that. But this is going to be very early, a little earlier than some of those ones. But still, you're going to see some connections that it may not seem that certain groups may have connected. So we're going to see what was going on in the lands of Africa, who was fighting, who was actually battling down there and fighting down there. So you can see a little bit. So we just talk about this area. This is going to be the area that we was just talking about. Obviously, they had spears down there, right? Spears and darts and everything, arrows, right? Some had ritual burial practices, right? But they know that they was doing inter-tribal war. So inter-tribal war is something that's actually very important. That means that we're starting to see clans start to develop. That's why when the time Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob got there, right, they was already set up as in a clan style, because a lot of nations were already clans, right? Think of what happened with Job and the Sabaeans and different things like that, the Chaldeans and things like that that's around that area. The news reported, you can see BBC, right, had to bring it out, ancient massacre on earth near that area in Kenya, right? Obviously, that was a deadly wound right there, right? Just talks about it. 10,000 years ago, 27 people, right? Very important. Just to get a little understanding that it was a definitely a war event, because sometimes people that think of war don't think that war happened that long ago, but it did. So here's it's going to be in the areas of Africa. Look how low that is, right? It's going deeper into the areas of Africa, Kenya, right? So he's going deeper into the areas. It shows that they were still fighting, going deeper into the areas of Africa, right? Fighting deeper into it. Right, we're getting closer and closer. We're gonna start looking at some genetics and whatnot. So here is let me make sure this is go to the front page of it. All right, this one we don't need this one. This is just basically just talking about, you know, it's just giving us a little insight on what happened down there. How did this happen? You know, how did this thing come to pass? Let me just make sure this is what I want to show. This is just, let me make sure this is something I wanted to show or not. No, this is just some extra. I think I'll just put this here by mistake. All right, let me go down. All right, so let's review real quick. What did we just establish, right? Early agriculture in the Nile Valley. So 10,000 BC, migrants from the Red Sea hills, right, came down there, right? And they fought for a long time. All the culture changed a little bit, right? And obviously the herders basically migrated to the Nile Valley. We know that that's gonna be the rise of the kingdom of Egypt. So if you start seeing some Natufian lineages in the early valley of the Nile, it's because they went down there very early on. They're gonna be an early lineage going down there and dominating this area fairly early. Let's take a quick look at some interesting things when talking about this. Let me grab a little thing here just to pull up some papers on this real fast, or papers of Africa. So remember, we already established that there was a people of the north came down and started fighting with the people of the south. We talked about it many times, right? If you see on E1B1A or A groups, it'll tell you that there was a population replacement that had happened. That there was a population replacement that had happened in the lands of Africa. Right. Now let's get a little understanding on these things. Now, remember how I said that Cain has the same bloodline as Seth. So sometimes you'll see ancient bloodlines that most likely are pre-flood peoples. Like a lot of these will be pre-flood, right? But I want you to see these years first. Restart this listing. All right. There we go. All right. All right, there we go. All right, so now let's just work our way to where we are in the Natufian time frame. So in the north, obviously, like I was saying about the Neanderthals, there were Neanderthals for a long time. The Neanderthals I already talked about. Let me just make it straight right here real fast, right? Because we're not talking about Neanderthals today. We're talking about E1B1A. We're just laying down some understandable history that needs to be first laid down. So if you've never seen the study on the dirt cave, the study on the dirt cave knows that nobody descend from the Neanderthals today. The Neanderthals and Denisovans are basically lines of Cain that are wiped out. Long story short. So let's keep on keeping on to get a full picture here of what's going on here. All right, so just establishing this, and let me make sure I grab this. I'm actually going to put it right here. All right, so you can see A00. These are a lot of times they're outside of Africa, so you can see obviously in Russia, right? That's said to be early branches of people, right? You can see these ones outside of Africa, right? Early. Remember, what's the word I'm looking for? Japheth. We don't know when Japheth, and we don't know when Canaan had their kids. We don't know when Canaan had their kids. We don't know when Japheth had their kids. So remember these big dates right here, these big years. That's just because of the flood. Extraordinary dates, right? You can see that obviously Japheth is the oldest, right? He's having some older branches, right? C's, IJ. Note that IJ. That's where J. Anyone who's a J or an I group, they were one. They were one together in Chad's Republic. So where were they? 29,000 years ago here. So remember that. So that's something that's important with U5. And if you already showed that the Carthaginians, the Canaanites are the ones that had that U5. So that's who has it first, that J. So just to establish that as we proceed forward in understanding. But just for understanding in the sense, all this is said so that you can perceive what we're going to do when we go over the time frame of basically Abraham. All right, here we are. We're entering. We want to get to like the 10,000s. Remember, these dates are exaggerated. So here we want to see, because now these ones are going to be about living about the same time. So let's get a good idea of basically that. So you can see these ones going to be outside of the areas of Africa. We want to see if there's one that's going to be in the areas of Africa, because it's going to start giving us basically some understanding on what we're seeing here. Now, you can see that obviously in this time frame, there's a lot of different ones in different areas, right? Iran, right? Sudan, out in the Levant. You can see right here, here's that. What's that? That's a Gasulian during the time of the Gasulian, or pre-pottery Neolithic B, right? And note that E1B1B, so to show that that's going to be in the Levant. You can see that right there. Jordan. So E groups in the lands of Jordan. Go back over here just to that's why we talk about that Natufian that was going at it with pretty much someone that was fighting with him. So we already see at 10,000 he was not in the areas of Africa. So that's very important. Let's see if we can find Africa on here. So just to get a little look here, you can see. And a lot of times, you know, they don't go into Africa until later. Let me actually, I already know which one, so let me just put it on Y-DNA. So it's actually gonna be the A and B groups. They were going at it when they started to go into the areas of Africa. Those are gonna be the ones that went into the areas before. So you can see right here in Cameroon, right? Here's an A with an L0 early on, right? He was pushed down. You can see when they were fighting over here, obviously there's gonna be other ones that were pushed away from this area, like this one early on down there, right? He's gonna be down there early. The A groups usually are with L0s, right? Note that, not L1, not L2, because L1 to L2 is basically a different branch. L1 to L5, basically L3 and all that, they're one branch, but L0 is going to be a little different. L0 is going to be a little different. Just to take note of that. So just, you can see, go down a little bit. So just to give a little understanding that in the areas of Africa, that's basically a light idea of what was happening, to get a little understanding that in the areas of Africa, there were certain groups that were fighting down there, and they were going at it for a while. Here's a B right here. All right. You can see he's down there. See that B group? Long time ago in Africa, obviously. I don't know. That's just mtDNA. Close that. This one's a B though, BY chromosome. So that Natufian group that was going down there was fighting with a group that was down there, and they end up moving, right? They end up moving when they was going at it, right? So you can see those years. Those going to be very large years for these ones coming to around that time frame. So let's keep on with it. So you can see right here. So that's what's important from the Red Sea, the one 10,000 years ago from the Red Sea that came down there, and the battles start happening. Now we're jumping to 3,000 years. Now we're getting to the biblical time frame because we want to show those things. But before that, let's answer some questions before we dive in. You see? Yeah, they do call that L0 Eve. They do. And let me actually open up a note here. Now, does that L0 actually make everyone? Technically, no, it does not. The reason why is because that L0 is not as old as other lineages around it. There's other lineages that's actually around it that basically would be making it. Here's a little idea. This is kind of controversial. I have to go into another time, but let me just show this. I went over this before, right? There's one of the oldest finds is called a UST Isham. He carries mtDNA R star. Now, what's interesting about R star, after they found that Isham, it basically throws the system a wrench, because what they'll tell you is that underneath N is R, but it's possible that R star actually is a root lineage, that actually underneath N might not be R, but R might actually be a root that makes many other lineages of females, even L. So that's just something that's very controversial when they look at how Isham actually makes a lot of different lineages, rather than people coming from L. It might be basically the other way around. For right here, in fact, in 1983, researchers have derived an mtDNA tree rooted in Asia. That's super important. So when they did a test, they actually found out that females actually linked to a woman that was up in Asia. And that's just something important. But unfortunately, this model was overlooked without anyone ever explaining why the Asia model was less valid than the African mitochondria Eve published 4 years later. So that's something to think about. That's a real paper. You can see right here what geneticists are saying about that when they were saying that people came from L, why? Probably because it was in Africa, because they want everyone to come from Africa. But they might have found out that actually people might have come from a different line than what people might think they came from. So that's just something to put on there to get a little bit on the plate, just to get a little understanding. So when it comes to L0, right, there's a lot to we can go into. Maybe we'll do a live separate for the females and go into the L lineages, which a lot of them become like pygmies and things like that. But the L3 are the ones that actually come from Syria. L3 and L2, L5, all those, they actually come from the areas outside of Africa. But L0 moves to it sooner, goes into the area sooner. That's the one that we was talking about. For example, you can see it right here. Right here, you can see, did not consider a deep separation. There's a deep separation of the African haplogroup L0 from all others, despite their own figure, which shows that the African haplogroup L0 is not ancestral to the subsequent migrations of haplogroup L3. So it's even saying that L0 doesn't even make L3, is what it's saying. It's saying basically they know it's split 60 to 70,000 years ago into Africa, they say, but we know where it is because we went over that already. The fossils of the oldest fossils of L3 is in Tel Halula and different things like that. It's very important to look at the fossils when going over them. And they say into Africa split separately of African Y chromosome haplogroup of series A, they'll say, right? And they'll say right here, and non-African, pretty much, well, not, but when they say it's connected with B. So that's something also in note too when they're talking about A and B. Obviously, are older in Africa, as you can see. Series A and haplogroup B are some of the oldest ones in Africa. This is what I was showing you. Basically, reconstruction out of Africa, not showing up, not enough proof. Very important stuff when talking about these things, right? Let me just point something out. This is just a tree, right? We'll talk about some of these things as we go. So just to basically summarize what I'm saying is that, yes, when they brought the out of Africa idea, they said people came from L0, but it's possibly no. It's possibly L0 actually probably is a sub-branch, a branch of its own, is a private branch, but it most likely would be a branch from a branch. It might be a branch from a branch. In fact, if you look on family tree DNA, if you look at L0 and L1 to 5, there's a split, right? They actually split. Not that L0 splits and make every other lineage, but there's a split from L0 to L1 to different ones. So just to know that that's something that's important too, that when they brought out the design for the female lineage, it might be a little more complex than people think it is. We'll maybe go into that another time. It's very deep, but let's keep on diving with that. So that's a great question. That is a great question because that is what they do use. L0 is what they use for that. What's the best DNA test? I would say, I used to say family tree DNA, but they only give you one Y chromosome. I would say use living. This is what I would use. I would use this one. Living DNA. Living DNA, I think, is fairly cheap. Let's see, where is it? Right here. I mean, obviously, if you could, help your fellow man first, because these things ain't really nothing, But there's 179, right? 79s can be kind of high though, but that gives you both your mtDNA and your Y-DNA, and they'll tell you where is it around and stuff. Kind of give you the autosomal, and you can use that autosomal for like 23andMe, or you can like download it and pretty much use it for other sites and stuff. So I guess when you pretty much get your DNA, you can use it how many times you want, pretty much, depending on where you get the test from. Shalom, family. All right, let's keep on keeping on. So we're getting close to the history. We're going to dive into some deep history, of course. Now, I think this is that one I just showed. Yep. I showed it like 3 times, but you see, that's very important. Earliest battles around 10,000 BC, right? And they was in tribes. So that's very important. In the north, we got to know something that happens in the north. That happens after this event. So remember, it lets us know that those were Natufian that went down into that area. But now let's talk about some deeper things. Let me make sure I read these highlights here, because these highlights are also important. See on there, located there, on there. All right. So let's understand this. So the African admixture was not found in Mesolithic. I'm going to show this place right here. Why is this important? Let me just show what's going on here real fast. Right? Because it seems like a lot of places, but they're going to start connecting. So remember, we already showed how the Levant, Syria, and all these places were about the same age and stuff. Now look at this place right here. Now, this is where it's going to get kind of interesting, because you're seeing a lot of places that's kind of far away, but they still going to have some kind of connections here. But I want to show you what someone who was studying on basically some of the E lineages, and this is what they found. Obviously, they call them African. That's a code word. When you see African, they're usually talking about E. That's one of the ones they want to force to be African. They usually throw that on terming modern people, but just understand that. The African admixture was not found in the Mesolithic in this area, right? But not found in Mesolithic, but shows up at high frequencies, 6 to 10%, in the late Neolithic, right? Funnel break beaker culture right here. So funnel beaker right here in this time frame is letting us know that all of a sudden they wasn't there, right? They'll say that there was a group that wasn't there, then they was there in the Neolithic. All of a sudden, they popped up in the Neolithic. They start showing up in the Neolithic time frame, right? In this culture here. So it's gonna let us know that a culture popped up in this time frame, right? So that's gonna be kind of important to note that we're gonna get some later lineages that pop up in this thing. Let's see if this has the list on there, because sometimes they'll have the list. This one don't have the list, but that's all right. So just, and also note the mtDNAs. We're gonna note that these mtDNAs are gonna be found in some of different culture, but they're gonna have different Y chromosomes. So sometimes you'll see different Y chromosomes, but certain mtDNA. All right. So very important. This where it was from. This was a person that pretty much shows those finds that he be finding and stuff. You can see right here what he's talking about when he's talking about where he finds it, what he finds it in, right? Just before the Indo-European invasion. We're going to talk about this Indo-European invasion with the corded weir culture from 2800 BC. So remember that was an invasion in that time frame. And notice the mtDNA types. Let's go down. You can see what we just talking about, that one in phono beakers, right? There is a good chance that Iberian megalithid people inherited genes from the Northwest Africans, probably from the North African Neolithic route that brought, right? Remember, there were people inside of Africa. They were fighting, and some people went around. Let me point that out. Some people went into Africa, right? They went down here, and people were diversified in Africa because of the battles and stuff. But some scanned around here and went up through Spain. And remember, we were just talking about that earlier. There was a battle over here as well, right? We were just talking about that. Let me make sure I pointed that out again, right? That was a battle that happened outside of that area, which I think it was this one. No, not this one. It's actually going to be right here. Yes, indeed. So this one is a little earlier. We were talking about this is going to be in the areas of Africa, right here. So they're taking off. They're fighting here, but there's another place they're fighting at, which I forget which exact one. Real fast. Actually, it's up here. No. Make sure I point that out. So we already talked about where they fought a little earlier, right? And make sure I should have left this one open. Pretty much, it was the one that was showing with Spain. Pretty much, it was the one I was showing with Spain. They were fighting in Spain. If you watch the video over it, we already went over it. They basically were fighting in the areas of Spain, right? So that's just important. That's important to know that we already went over that the people were fighting, and there was evidence of the people being connected with Spain as well, fighting in the areas of Spain. We're going to talk about some of the connections of these things. So very important. So you can see 7,000 BC. So remember we talked about that. Who was there 7,000 BC? Now let's start looking at some important pieces of information. Let me actually open up a note here. And we just talked about this. We just talked about this yesterday when we were talking about the haplogroup that was found in the areas of France, right? How did it get to the areas of France, right? Doesn't that seem like a long time ago, or definitely probably not the biblical narrative, but that's what you got to also understand, that these are the biblical narrative results. You just got to understand the out of Africa concept that they're trying to pull sometimes, right? But let me show you something real fast that we already went over. And go down right here and point something out here. I'm going to point out this E1B1A, right? They'll put sometimes these snips, right? Sometimes you got to know what's going on with the snips that they're throwing on there and whatnot. So I'm going to just open this real fast. And then this one. which we had talked about right here, and this one. All right, talk about these 3 pieces, and I need one more piece over here from this right here. I'm gonna show you a bunch of, in fact, I got another piece. I'm gonna show you a bunch of E lineages that are gonna be found around the same area with E1B1A, a couple of them, a few of them. Let me just show that real fast. And the reason why is because all of a sudden they were in the south, then boom, they went to the north, right? All of a sudden they were in the south, then they went to the north, and that's important. Let me actually find this. Oops. We'll type it like. I've got to scroll and find it then. All right. Oh, it's on the wrong. There we go. All right, let's try it again. All right. All right. What's another one here? All right, I'm gonna leave that right there. All right. And I'm gonna go over here, open up this real fast. I think that's the same one I want. Yep, I'll just close that. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Make sure I grab this one. So this is gonna be something important. So remember, they went into the areas of Africa. So this is gonna be information from right here, from this area. We had talked about this recently. It's gonna be from the Mesolithic. So remember, they was talking about they wasn't there in the Mesolithic, but you're gonna see like they're gonna be moving about through this time frame. Let me put the thing here. Just building real fast. Right here, just talked about those haplogroups, obviously V38, right? Your E haplogroup E, M3, V38, and all these other ones, right? Your M215, your M3, your E M3, 5, E78, all these ones we'll talk about. They're up there too as well. You can see we're going to talk about this real fast. And then this one, almost finished on the build, because this is the area we want to look around right here. You see this little splash over here. There's a lot going to be going on in this area. Remember, we established that there was already people over here. So, but we're going to have a very important event happening up there, and it's not going to be, something that is going to be easy for them. That's happening there. Let me think one more. It's one more. I'm thinking here. Got to open up one more note. There's one more E up there. There's a few, but I'm just gonna point out this last one real fast that I got on another piece of paper. Grab from this little note. I gotta close this little tab. All right. Because sometimes you find E groups on papers that you don't expect to find them on. So it's kind of interesting. So I'm gonna grab this little paper from here. All right. Let that load in. All right. So now it's also important that I mention this, right? Lud was a Shemitic nation that was on the areas of pretty much where you will have Anatolia, right? But Anatolia was attacked by people from the north. We're going to talk about, all right? So 19 on this. Okay. So first, let me establish something. So there's actually evidence. As you can see, there's a lot of different lineages that would be outside of the areas right? There's different lineages, as you can see, but they will be outside basically long. This is like a long time ago. This little list, I should probably show it. It's basically like early Mesolithic, Neolithic. Let me make sure I even show what it is real fast for this first one right here. So it's going to be tracing the genetic origins of Europeans' first farmers, reveals insight into their social organization. So get into the first European farmers. So you're looking at 6th to 4th millennium BC, right? So early lineages, that's going to be in an area. Neolithic transitions from Mesolithic. All right. So you can see right here, what do we see? We see a very interesting E group. So obviously there's R groups and J groups that's up there in Europe. That's what we expect to see in Europe. And obviously the European mtDNAs, that's what we expect. But we don't expect something like this. We got an E group that met with basically a European female that got a V3. You can see that time up there. So that's going to be very, very early on. And where is that exactly at? Right here. I'll just show that on a map for this location before we build with those E lineages and everything. So now remember that this area, it talks about all of a sudden the E came up here. So there's an E over here. We talked about that there was an E in connection to here. And then these ones have basically, they're going to leave this area. But remember, we already established Natufians were over here. So Natufians were actually over here. You can see on this map here that we would have early E's that will cross through this area. As you can see here, here's an early E. And you can see that we'll have Natufians in these area over here. It's going to be very important. Now, we're going to also talk about, the interchange that had happened in that time frame, right? The Natufian are the ones that were here. But some people, they start to get curious about some of the what's called Iberusians, right? Where are the Iberusians? You can see right here on the edges of Spain. And that's what we were talking about too, that they were groups that were going at it on the edges of Spain right here. So you can see these groups that's hanging on the edge over here. Look at that year there. You can see these groups that were hanging on the edge of Spain, and they were coming up into these areas. Right, because it was very diverse and crazy at the start of it. So that's very important for these ones that's over here. Also, we know that, like we was talking about before, the earliest E is right here. So when they cross through here, you can see the earliest E's. You can see that years before present, right? Early E's that would be on these areas, right? And obviously, like I said, remember a lot of times with these dates, they be exaggerated. But you got to understand them for what you're seeing. So obviously E's being around these areas, but now we're going to talk about an E that we find over here and how they get over there with some of these things and their movements and who they're moving with and why are they moving with them and what's going on, what's happening with it. So we're going to look at that and close this. First, let's get a little history before we jump a little too ahead. So obviously you can see again, right? They talk about that mixture. It wasn't there. Then all of a sudden it popped up Neolithic, right? In the upper area, right? That upper area that we were just pointing at. And where they come from, how did they get there? Through which invasions? The corded ware culture, right? We talked about that before. The corded ware. They also have a female lineage. We know that they have a female lineage with an L3, right? We talked about that before. We talk about some of the lineages that were found, right? Obviously, that L3 was also in Spain, but it ended up making it. Let me go over here to basically what you see here. There's going to be the corded ware culture. This little paper here. I'll just point it out. How we just point out the corded ware. Apparently, they said African jumped into the corded ware culture, right? The corded ware, right? And then what haplogroups do we see there? Remember we was talking about which mtDNAs and stuff? Obviously, they have R's up there, the Y chromosome R, but look at that L3 that's there. So they'll say that that's African, but we already obviously found it outside of Africa before it's in Africa. because you can't find an L3 Mesolithic and Paleolithic time frames in Africa. That's very important. So that's very important that lineage is up there. So very, very important that we're seeing there. Now, the reason why that's important is because we're noting that time frame, 6,000 to 5,000 years ago before present. That's in the land. That's a corded ware culture that we were just talking about, right? So you can see right there before the Proto-Indo-European invasion. So they're saying that some got up there, the E got up there before the Proto-Indo-European invasion. So remember, we talk about Lud. And it's important to know that where R comes from. R actually comes, we're going to talk about it. R actually comes from this way, right? Isham goes up there. R sweeps around, pushes a lot of people out. R is one of the strongest lineages of Japheth we'll talk about. That's why R rules in this area today, but it was initially over here, and it ruled over here because it became what was ancient groups called Scythians. But they came in, pushed some out before the Indo-European invasion. The E's were here, and they really did a lot of spreading. As you see, when we talked about earlier, they went into this area, pushing a lot of people down and fighting. And also they stretched around. They came over here. Let's keep on going. So you see what's going on there? Let's get a little history here to get a little understanding. So I want you to see first a connection of a place that's outside of Africa that is not usually talked about in history.
During the period we know as the Late Bronze Age, roughly between the years 1500 to 1200 BCE, there were several great powerful kingdoms in the ancient Near East. These were what archaeologist and historian Trevor Bryce calls the Big Five: Egypt, the Hurrian kingdom of the Mitanni, Kassite Babylonia, also known as Karduniash, the Hittite Empire, and later on, Assyria. However, there were certainly other powerful kingdoms around the world, one of them being that of Mycenaean Greece. We don't include the Mycenaean kingdoms amongst the Big Five just mentioned because, given their location around the Aegean Sea, they were quite far away from all of the action in the ancient Near East and didn't really interact or have a direct impact on kingdoms and empires.
So let me just point this out. So that was a mystery society and a mystery ruler, right? Here he is.
However, Hattusili's complaints against Pia Maradu and the king of Ahiyawa's refusal to act are really...
So it's called Ahiyawa, right? So the person that they don't know who he is, but they know that he was somewhere around these areas, right? He would be somewhere around these areas that was in contact with the middle areas over here. They don't know who he is, but it was someone from around these areas that had ties to these areas, right? And we talked about that E that crossed over, went into these areas, and we can see other ancient E's that were over there already, right? When we talk about Lud and things like that, and other nations, we know that they have ties. So remember that this place has ties with this place. So very important with this little area here, right? Let's move down a little bit. So why am I showing you that? Let me show you why. So watch what it says here. Right, a lot of people think about. Remember, I was showing you the Iberusians, right, in this little coastal area here. Why? Because look at the dates there; they're very large. But are the Iberusians the same as the Natufians? They have some different mtDNA, so it makes them very different. The mtDNA is extremely different. That's going to be very important to know. As far as mtDNA is concerned, both Omen BA samples taken together point to a common H2A2A1. This haplogroup is found much, much earlier in a Iberusian, or how you say it, Iberasian individual from that area, 12 or 20,000 years before present. So note that mtDNA, and found the Iberasians, right? Iberasians, how you say that? Iberomasians, right? Iberusians, right? Basically, they have European mtDNA in them. That's very important. That's extremely important. Watch what it says here. And it is also found overall in Europe, right? After the Neolithic expansion. So it's very important. So you can see what's going on there. Get a little understanding on this. So when you think of the Iberusians, they actually have ties to people at the top. So remember, when we talk about these years, that a lot of times these years ain't as high as they are. So remember, we talked about I'm gonna leave this right here because we're gonna talk about that real fast. Right, that was from this because a lot of the Iberusians actually have ties to ancient R1Bs, right? Compare the Iberusians to some of the places that R goes. Actually, R, we're going to look at today, R goes into Africa, right? Here's where R comes from. You can see where it says right here, and then it'll split, and it'll go over here all the way in these areas, become an Isham and everything. An Isham is going to make the R before it even comes from its early mutations, like that K-M2 or M526. That's actually Isham. That, let me actually just point out real fast. You can see right there, it's that K-M256. That's actually Isham. It's like 40, 60,000 years ago. It's very old. It's very old. But you can see this R is also very old, and it goes into the areas of pretty much Africa. It goes in the areas of Africa. You can see right here. This is R, right? It says basically talk about when it's talking about the oldest R and everything. We know that R has a high portion in the areas of Africa, as you can see right there, right? But we know R is not said African because we have a lot of evidence of it outside of Africa. But there are some haplogroups like E that they want to make African. So that's what we were just talking about. And obviously has connections with some of the pharaohs. We're going to talk about some of those later pharaohs that come in the 18th dynasty. So the 18th dynasty is going to be the later dynasty you want to take a look at. But you can see right here, you cannot separate the R lineage. The R lineage, yes, the earliest R's are found in the areas of the north. But guess what? You cannot shake it. You cannot shake the fact that this R also was found in Africa. That's very important. Let me just point something out real fast on a note. Let me make sure I point this out before we dive in and point something out real fast on E1B1A real fast. Just gonna point out something on a note, and I'm gonna expose something real fast with R that has to be taken in consideration when you think of E1B1A. I call it the baby of the haplogroups because it's so young that once you realize how young it is, then you realize that just for someone to try to make it African just is laughable. It's just laughable because how young it is, how actually young it actually is. Let me actually right here. All right. Let me show you that the R lineage was actually in Africa before the E1B1A. The R lineage was in Africa way before the E1B1A. So let me show you something. So they did a paper when they were studying on basically the drying. So remember we was talking about the Iberasians, right? Iberusians and everything. You can see, like I said, their mtDNA. Obviously they're E1B1B, but their mtDNA is that U6, but they all have U6. That's what makes the Iberusians kind of different. And they got that M1 as well, which usually is far islands, right? Pacific islands, right? Obviously having connections, you can see remains belonging to earlier Natufians and everything. You can see what's going on here. What's going on there? Going down. So they say that they came from here and they moved out. So you can see, remember we talk about that, how the E1B1B moved out. If you've never seen the cauldron pottery, right? We'll talk about that as well. I'm just going to click it just to show you real fast because we're going to start pointing out how E1B1B goes into these areas, right? Just to show it on this little thing right here, you can see this culture obviously has C and it has E1B1B, right? You can see that time frame right there and that place that we were just talking about. We're going to talk about some of those things. And look at that H. You see the H with those ones, right? That's how they got that mtDNA from that C. It's from that female lineage that linked with some of the E1B1B and other lineages that are going to be in that culture. So you can see what's going on there. This movement is extremely important. We're going to talk about that real fast. But let's get back to over here real fast because I want to show you that R. So you can see right here, here's it diversing. But let me actually show you the paper. Right? This is just something else I'll point out later. It has to do with the movements of E going into the areas where we know they are during the time of Principe. But here's what I'm talking about. Matter of fact, I'll just show you on the picture right here. Let me show you something. Look at this. This is going to show you. This is actually showing you how old each one of these lineages been in Africa, right? If we look at, obviously, when they look at the A lineages, they say they've been there about, remember when I showed you 10,000 years ago, then the Tufian was fighting with a group in Africa. The A groups were there 10,000 years ago. Also, the other groups were there 2,000 years ago into the area. You can see right here, they'll say that this would be about 8,000 years ago on this. You can see right there, this would be about 8,000 years ago on there. But what's important is that's in the Green Sahara. That's in the upper areas here. So we know that before you get this branch, which is the Bantu branch, you can see right here, they say that this was there, and they say they'll come. You'll have the Bantu E1B1A, but they'll say that's about 4,000 years ago. That means 2000 BC, right? Even at this one saying 8,000 years ago, it's like 6,000 BC. And remember, we're looking at stuff that we already started at 10,000 BC, just to understand that on the scale. But you can see right here, look at that RV88 will actually be in Africa sooner than this one. You can see right here, this is actually going to be outside the areas of Africa. The reason why this is important because this M2, let me just make sure I point out that this is actually this is concerning Mota. There's a lineage called Mota, but it's actually E-329. Let me point this out real fast. Let me show what I'm talking about. I gotta show this real fast. Make sure you notice when you think about Mota, M2 makes two branches. Is actually, see this V38. You have these two branches here. You have other branches and stuff. There's gonna be different lineages and whatnot. We'll talk about some of those things as we go into just to point out certain snips and everything. There's different branches while we're going over these things. There's different lines. Though, yes, they are all E1B1A, but it's more complicated than that, than just saying E1B1A. But it's not that hard to understand. So our lineage was down there into that time frame. Look at that. Obviously, that's going to be 6,000 years ago, right? So remember, they'll say that sometimes between 8,000 and 2,000, they'll say for the E1B1A, between 8,000 and 2,000, they say that's how when it got down there. And we'll talk about that. It's actually in the transition of the Bronze Age and Iron Age when it gets down there and everything. So that's just something important to know about the Green Sahara when they basically the place dried up about 5,000, 4,000 years ago. They know that was these groups all there at that same time when that happened, and they all diversed. They all diversed down there and split and went their own ways. All right, so we'll go back to this in a second. All right, let's get back over here real fast. So you can see the reason why I'm pointing that out, right? Why? Because let's go down a little bit. About 2/3 of the Iberasians, or how you say that, right? That's what these are, right? Iberasians, right? Saying that weird. Iberasians, right? Iberasians, because we talked about that last time. They have connections to Eber, right? Individual from that pretty much in Africa and everything. Let's jump down. About 2/3 of Iberasian DNA was related, right? This is where it gets very important to understand two populations from the Levant. So it's letting you know that obviously 2/3 of that Iberasian that was said in Africa is actually related to Levantan individuals. The region on eastern coast of the Mediterranean, north of the Arabian Peninsula, and south of Turkey. So south of Turkey, north of the Arabian Peninsula, right? So it's saying north of the Arabian Peninsula, south of Turkey. So they're saying right about in this area. So that's very important. So they're giving some understanding here. It includes Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, the Palestine territory, and Syria. So they're telling you that these Iberasians, their DNA actually comes from Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Palestine territories, and Syria. So you see what's going on there? Giving a good understanding here. So from the seeker, right? DNA reveals Stone Age North Africans had Near Eastern and Sub-Saharan ancestors. So you see what's going on there? So that's because you got to look at the whole picture. You got to look at Y-DNA and the mtDNA to get a full understanding of what's actually happening in them. So very important to understand there what's going on. All right. So that's why I want to show you that real fast, that the upper areas have connections. Let's look at the genetics now. So remember how I showed you from the Levant, obviously having connections to these ones, and then that battle that happened here having connection to all these areas, right? So we know that that's what happened. They moved around in that area because of wars and battles that was happening there. They was moving around because of different battles that were happening there. And the earliest E is the earliest E, said 39,000 years ago, right? Obviously in the Natufian, 39,000 years ago. That's why they say that the Iberasians actually came from the Natufian area, where if you see in a lot of writings in the areas of Damascus, that's where obviously Shemite started, in the lands of the Levant, where Syria is. So very, very important. But let me close this and point this out. So you see this lineage right here. I already pointed this out, that this is a E1B1A. This lineage is an E1B1A. Note that mtDNA, obviously in France, right? A U5 in France. Who's it linking with? Most likely the Phoenicians, right? It's connecting with the Phoenicians. It's going to the areas of pretty much the south, but it's going down. You can see who else are they moving with? A few E1B1A, V38 chromosomes are also observed today in these regions, also with V13. So who they moving with? Obviously moving in these areas that we're just talking about. That's how you say that, Korska, how you say that. And you can see this paper was talking about the same thing, right? Well, this one is not what we need. Let me close that. Is over, pretty much over here, actually. So this is a paper I was just showing earlier. Let me just close that. Remember that R is connected. All these are connected, so that's just important. That R did go into Africa very early, extremely early, like 6,000 years ago. So that's extremely important. But here's the one I wanted. I'll just close it after. You can see right here, it's talk about this area, right? It's basically saying, obviously it has multiple other lineages here and everything. And you can see those U lineages there. So it has some, obviously, U lineages and R lineages around that area. So that's going to be very important to know, right? And they'll say that these are be there 5,000 years ago and whatnot, right? Early time frame. Still working our way there. Close that. So the reason why I want to show you that, because you can see right here, E1B1A up here, about 5,000 years before present, right? Had to move because what was going on and everything. So, and that's also important to know with the A groups. Remember, we know that the A groups were fighting with some of these groups down here, right? These groups that are over here, that went down here. You can see the years on these, right? That we had early lineages that went down there. We'll talk about some of the close time frames to the biblical narrative and whatnot, right? To get a little understanding on some of these things and whatnot, right? They were battling, it was going down there and everything. And you got some lineages that will be down there. You can see even reach. Remember we talked about how they reached even down here. That's that Mota. This is the Mota one. So you have Mota Cave. That's the Mota one. E-M329. But you can see they did go down here. But remember, these ones are younger. Even this Mota, even that Mota years is younger than this one. It's younger than this one. That's outside of the areas of Africa. And you can see it's obviously on other papers, it's on real paper. So that's that fine right there that I was just showing you in France and everything. And let me open up these ones right here, these papers. And here's a E right here, U8 in the areas of Ukraine right there, just to show that, yes, we do have E's outside that area. So you can see what's going on there, just to show where is that, right? Because we're gonna then, right now I'm establishing this area, but we're gonna then establish this area. Actually, that's gonna be where E1B1A is going to be in this area over here, even in these areas, and goes down at the right time frame, right? It's going to be in this time frame. It goes down And we're going to find out that they did go to the Levant after going into Africa. So it's going to be very important. But we do see that before all that, right? When you think Eber and all those things, before Abraham, everything was going berserk. Everyone was going berserk. It was murders, all types of stuff going on in that ancient time frame. So all these things very important to know. All that's in connection. All right. So establish that in the north, in the areas of pretty much what you'll say, just to show this one as well. All right. Because remember, we already showed that earlier, that older E right here, right? That was super, super old in that area, right? But also we have, let me make sure I open it up, or it already downloaded, or I'll download it again. All right, here's just the paper with it on there, pretty much. I'll just go to it right here. And you can see I already showed this before, but this is that E1B1A right on the supplementary paper. So you can see it right here. Go over a little bit, point it out, and then we're going to start diving in some more of the history. So E1B1A right there, again, like we had talked about, right? So just to confirm that that's a real find, because it's contested in multiple places, Neolithic time frame, right? Spain, right? All right, so I'm gonna close those. All right. So with that established, that early on that time frame, they was all moving about together in that little area, and that's what we see, that indeed ancient genomes from present day France unrevealed, right? 7,000 years of pretty much is history, right? So close these real fast. So they were moving about together about that area. So it's something very important because of this culture that moved from the Levant, that moved throughout these areas. So you can see right there. It makes perfect sense. And then we already know that the mtDNA matters. It matters, right? The L lineage, that L3 is originally that E lineage's sister. They're actually related. That's why it talks about they split and they both migrated into Africa together. But then they end up, we'll note something a little later when they connect. All right, so let me actually skip this one. This is just a little video. I went over the whole family trees, right? That little video that I showed earlier with Cain and everything. We're gonna basically look at some things. So very important when going over these things. This is just a classic family tree, right? Just show it's simple, right? It's not hard to understand, right? It's a simple thing to understand, the family tree. But I want to show this before we start diving into the history. So you can see Adam, Seth. There's a lot of different lines, obviously. Then Noah, right? After Noah comes Ham, Shem, and Japheth, right? You get your Canaanites from Ham, but remember, all the nations named after Ham end up getting taken over by some of the European lineages that will be from Japheth. So we're going to note some of these things and whatnot. Obviously, Abraham come from here, and then we get these lines. We'll talk about that. All right, so now let's dive into the historicity. But now before I let me delete this one because I don't know why I had that copy so many times. All right, so let me just make sure I point these out. So we talked about how 10,000 years ago to 3,000 years ago, 10 to 3,000 years ago, they were fighting. We know that they went into multiple different areas, and it's obviously important to understand that we're going to have E that's going to be in the north, right? Having connections to different things. And then all of a sudden, we're going to have basically some of that E moving into the upper areas with the Akkadians. Now, if you don't know, there's a lot of people that talk about it, that talk about the Akkadians and how the Akkadian movement is and everything. We know that the lineages of E are the Akkadians. But let's get a little quick history before we get to the last piece.
In the last few episodes of this series on the Akkadian Empire, we learned about the achievements of Sargon the Great, such as his conquests, the great empire that he built, the administration of that empire, as well as its lasting impact on ancient Mesopotamia. Afterwards, we took a quick look at the lives and struggles of his sons, Rimush and Manish. Akkadian line of Sargon, Naram-Sin's son and successor, Shar-kali-sharri, lacked the charisma and ability of his two most famous ancestors. Much like them, he faced several revolts, the curse of all Akkadian kings when they came to power. However, unlike Sargon and Naram-Sin, he was ultimately overwhelmed by these revolts and quite rapidly lost large chunks of his empire. Shar-kali-sharri seemed to be at war with everyone all at once.
All right, so if you don't know, the opposite of the Akkadian Empire rise, and then it fell. So the Akkadian Empire fell, and when it fell, right, a new empire is going to come in.
The Sumerians to the south, the Elamites to the east, and the newly arrived Amorite tribes in the north. He also faced a people from the Zagros Mountains, known as the Gutians, who ultimately, rightly or wrongly, were blamed for the final fall of the Akkadian Empire.
So it's the Gutians. So very important to know about the Gutians. They come in, they invade the area, they take over the area. It ends like this. Pretty much the Gutians come in.
Little more than the city of Agade. Eventually, the Gutians conquered Agade and put the final nail in the coffin of what was once the glorious Akkadian Empire.
If you remember, we already talked about the Gutians. We're gonna not go over it. I'll put a video of the Kassites in the description just to get more history, a little more history. So remember, all these things are important. This is what happens in this area before Abraham comes there. So the Gutians are people from the north come down into the lands of Ur. See that Ur right there? That's what we want to look for. Ur. Let's keeping on. So this is also important.
In the last episode on the Neo-Sumerian Empire, we saw that after the years of chaos that followed the demise of the Akkadian Empire, a king named Ur-Nammu came to power and stabilized, as well as revitalized, much of southern Mesopotamia. After centuries of foreign domination, first by the Akkadians under Sargon the Great and his descendants, and later by a mountain people known as the Gutians, Ur-Nammu formed a kingdom that would rapidly grow to become the Neo-Sumerian Empire. Scholars call the dynasty that he founded the Third Dynasty of Ur, abbreviated as Ur-3. Of course, Ur-Nammu's kingdom wasn't without enemies. The Gutians were still a threat. In fact, it's in battle with the Gutians that Ur-Nammu met his end in the year 2095 BCE. However, his son and successor Shulgi kept up the fight and eventually defeated the Gutians, sending them back to their stronghold in the Zagros Mountains for good. After this, he became the second king of the Third Dynasty of Ur, and it's under him that what we call today the Neo-Sumerian Empire really took shape. To start off, Shulgi divided his realm into several provinces headed by an ensi, a term which in the past was used for an independent ruler of a city-state, but by his time came to mean governor. Most ensis came from the ranks of local elites close to the regime. These ensis reported to the Sakalma, who was a sort of prime minister or grand regent. In addition, there were separate leaders called shaginas, or royal deputies, who ran the military affairs of each province. While they all worked together, they were responsible to the king and acted as a check on each other, making it less likely, at least in theory, that a particular city or province would rebel. I also want to point out that the position of Sakalma was later adopted by various Elamite regimes and was an extremely powerful and respected position.
All right, we're getting there. We're working our way there. So you can see right here, it's talking about the Elamites, right? The Elamites come in, right? It's going to be very important, right? And note that time frame. The time frame that we want to get about to is about 1817, right? 1817 BC.
You can find out more about the Elamite Sakalma system in the videos on Elam. All of these individuals were supported by a large bureaucracy that helped to run the empire. One bureaucratic apparatus ran the core of the empire around Ur and Sumer, while another dealt with the periphery territories and tributaries. While complex, this bureaucracy was highly effective. Paul Alain Beaulieu, professor of Assyriology at the University of Toronto, describes it as such, and I quote, "Their complicated system of planning, budgeting, and accountability, recording the minutest details of the administration and transfer of resources, reaches at times a level of mathematical abstraction that would not pale in comparison with modern accounting techniques. This system has no parallel in the ancient Near East and confers on the Ur-3 state an exceptional place in the history of Babylonia and indeed of the ancient world." The Ur-3 bureaucratic experiment represents the culmination of a process which began with the invention of writing in the Uruk period and eventually endowed texts, including accounts, with a veracity of their own, encouraging belief in their supremacy and an over-reliance on the hegemonic intellectual authority of the scribes. Shulgi sponsored the elaboration of a planned economy whose primary objective was not economic growth and development, although such aims certainly existed at times, but the extraction and allocation of available resources in the most efficient manner. To prevent corruption, as well as ensure that everyone did their jobs well, Shulgi started a system of schools that provided special administrative training for all civil servants. Other practical innovations included a system of bookkeeping that accounted for all expenses, including those of the royal family, a system of standardized weights, and a new official calendar. He also reorganized the traditional scribal schools throughout Mesopotamia. Known in Sumerian as Iduba, which literally means house of the tablet, these centers of learning produced and preserved Sumerian literary compositions and texts on an unprecedented scale. Various hymns claim that Shulgi was extremely fond of reading and recording wisdom from various texts, and in addition to Sumerian, he could read and understand Akkadian, Elamite, Amorite, and Subarian. These claims, though, are difficult to prove, but they do show Shulgi's respect for learning and, to an extent, the cosmopolitan nature of the empire. Shulgi's son and successor, things began to reverse for the new Sumerian Empire. In order to keep this
All right, so we're almost there. So you can see what we're working our way to, right, is to this time frame here. Why is this important, right? Because in this time frame that you just seen here, they were training people, and they have connections to Elam, right? Well, so why is that important? Let me show you. So let's quickly take a quick look here, and then I'm going to show you a interesting culture here. So this time frame to this time frame, a lot changed in about 1760, about the 1700s, about that time frame. Multiple pieces of land changed. A lot of places of land changed because of that time frame, because a major transition that happens when the Amorites and the Kassites start to grow. So very important time frame transition. If you know, remember what it said to Abraham, right? The iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. So we know Abraham has to exist at the time of the Amorites, when the Amorites come in. And they come in, the third dynasty of Ur immediately proceed, right? We know that another time frame comes in. We're going to talk about that. It's going to come in, and it is combined, right? It falls also due to the combined attacks of the Amorites from the west, right? And the Elamites from the east. So we're going to talk about the Elamites from the east, right? And they're going to be sitting in the areas and ruling over pretty much Mesopotamia, Sumer, and things like that. And that's when we're going to get the transition of Abraham, right? So we're going to get a very important time frame here. So very important, very important. Let me actually point something out real fast. This is what we're going to look at. This is the culture that we need to look at here. It's called the BMAC culture, because in this culture, this is the culture that survives. And at the time when Elam comes in, they themselves move into the lands of the Levant, right? So it's very important. This culture moves in, and there's a certain lineage that's in this culture that's important to know in this BMAC culture and everything. You can see right here in a study that they had published, and they found, right? They found out that it had E1B1A, right? Remember that V38 and everything that makes that M2 and everything? You can see it, right? We had talked about it before. Actually, what I'm going to do is actually open up another note, because I already have all the information to this on a note. And I'm going to show that real fast, because now we're going to build on Elam. Now we're going to build on Elam, and we're going to show how Elam has connections to this exact culture, right? As we're going to show. All right, so let me actually pull that up real fast for the other E1B1A one, just to show that. Let's pull it up from here. All right. All right. There we go. All right, so watch this fossil here, and we're going to confirm and note the mtDNA in this fossil is going to change later on. It's going to change. At first, it's going to be a different mtDNA, because remember, like it said in the book of Joshua, Terah and the whole family of the Shemites, right? They said they were on the other side of the Euphrates. But you got to remember the ones that I was showing you, you got to remember that Cain and Seth had the same genetics. So that means that it's highly possible for dual genetics to be very ancient, right? Like, for example, you could find some ancient lineages of a long time ago, because Cain's line, remember, not just being just those Neanderthal lines, but other lines that were wiped out. Other lines that are wiped. There's a lot of different SNPs that we don't have today, that we have evidence of them back then, but we don't have them today. Is a high evidence of pretty much a line being wiped out. Let me see what's going on here. Why it's taking so long on that? Let that load up real fast. Just to establish the fossils, and then we're going to establish the history with the fossils to show how that ended up moving into the area. So, sorry that note not opening up real fast. Try one more time on it. Having a little delay on that little note. All right. Try to find it one more time on this one. Otherwise, I just go to the one from the paper if he wants to misbehave like that. All right. To me, it looks like the note's having a problem or something. I'll just put it aside. I'll just show it. I'll show it like this. I'll show it right on here. That's why I showed that anyways. For the BMAC culture, right? In fact, I got it on this note since that note wasn't opening. I'll make sure these notes open. I already have it on this note. All right. Sorry about that. Let me actually show that fossil real fast here on the BMAC culture. So this note just loading. All right, so right here, the bottom, while it's loading in. All right. I'm trying to see which one it is down here. I'm just gonna go to it. Let's just go to BMAC culture. Why is that important? I'm gonna show you. So again, like I said, we find them in the BMAC culture, right? And I'm gonna go to the paper right here. All right. And I'm just gonna show it because it's important to show it on the supplementary material. I don't know what happened there, but here's the note opened up, so I'm gonna show what's on the note, what I'm talking about here. So right on the note, I already have it here, right? I'll just click it to show it, and I'll show that this is what it was talking about when the Natufian. There's a E1B1A and a Natufian. How do we know? Because we already know Genesis already confirmed that E1B1 makes E1B1A. So then the Natufian E1B1 makes E1B1A, then the Natufian one. We also know that it says right here, right, of the omic, you can look up the omic there, E1B1A. It'll tell you that the Natufian samples consisted of 62% Arabian, 21% North African, 10% West Asian, and 6.8% omic. That's at 6% E1B1A. So that's very important. You can see right here in this little find, this is going to be from the BMAC culture. So you can see right here, E1B1A with a K2A. And right here, you can see it also have a E1B1A with a J1. Now, some would try to say, you know, it's not a real find, but we know it is a real find. We actually, I would say more or less that the one in Belt Cave, maybe that one may be a little exaggerated because those years seem very high, right? 12,000 to 8,000 BC, right? Very high with that one. I think the real one, the more real one will probably be most likely. I think this one is real, but I believe it's more this one, E1B1A with a J, because this one is the one that's more, it seems more of a fit age, as you can see here. So this would be about early transition of Terah to Abraham, right? You can see right here, to say about this here BC. So between 2100 and 19 BC. So that's very, very early on, the transition of early Terah's parent. It could be easily one of those ones. As you can see, Gomer tape, that's an estimate. So you can see it's actually between 2100 and you can also say between 17. So you can see 1772. So some of them in that area is also 7072. And that's the same papers that have found those. So give or take 2000 to 17. So when you think about these fossils, like an earthquake, they're not pinpoint, but they're in Turkestan right there in Gomer tape. So very important. We'll talk about that as we go over it. The BMAC culture, let's go over it real fast. So very important to connect the history with these things. Very important to connect the history. So here's the next piece. So in the lands of Babylon, there was another culture reigning in that area. I mean, we'll talk about that in that time frame. This is going to be the transition time of how you say Abram. So from this time frame, we're going to note that from this area, there's going to be a group that's going to come in, right? From this time frame to this time frame, right? Very important. It's going to come in real fast and establish itself. So very important.
Hey everyone, in this program, we're going to take a look at ancient Mesopotamia after the fall of the third dynasty of Ur, also known as...
So it all happens after Ur. So very important, very, very important. Very, very important. And matter of fact, before I play this one, let's build real fast. Let's build on the female lineage page, which make sure this is F. This is E1B1A. I'm gonna move this over here. Right there. All right. That's origins. This one is DE. And here it is with the L3s. All right. So let's build real fast. So remember how we already established with the Akkadians, all what was happening there, right? Let me just bring out some understanding real fast. Here's where L3 comes from. because Eldri ends up also moving with that, how you say, what's the word I'm looking for? Pretty much that, remember how I showed that time frame from 2000 to 717 BC? We're going to see something with this linking with that one. So very important. Let me show it right here. You can see this BT. And it's important to know A doesn't make BT. BT is not the same as B. BT and CT are root split lineages. So just saying with an early root, this Eldri in Iran, right, in the areas of Iran, right here, this L3 in the areas of Iran, it's going to later link with some of the E lineages later on. It's going to be very important. Very, very important. So this culture is very important because it has connections also with that B-back culture, right? It's called the burnt city. I talked about it before. That's called the burnt city, right? Very, very important. Just going to click this, build our way till we connect it together, right? Just talking about the Iran city, that burnt city, right? It's a real place and everything. So it says around, it could be civilization flourished around 3000 BC and everything and whatnot. So you can see what's going on. It has connections with the Gilgamesh, or how you say that, epic. And if you know, that epic talks about the flood. So obviously it's talking about after the flood, that was obviously events that happened that was so important that they had to document. They just had to document because it was so important. So keep continuing to build to understand this. You can see right here, archaeologists have found that that little city, that pretty much called the burnt city, was in fact a trade center for merchants from the Mesopotamia, right? That's very important. The Indus Valley Indus Valley pretty much civilization and Central Asia. It represents the emergence of the first complex societies in Eastern Iran. You see what's going there? So it was a city that was burnt down and not rebuilt after the last fire since this time frame, right? 18 BC. So let's keep on digging. It's an ancient society and everything. Very important to know. Just gonna show some quick highlights. I'm gonna quickly fly through this little video and show these quick highlights real fast.
Baghdad, Iraq, site of so many conflicts.
My bad. I'm opening it real fast. I meant to move it, but I don't know why I just closed it like that when I meant to put it at the end, because I was looking for the Evernote and I was like, I need to put it at the end so I can know where it's at. But let's see this, because this is going to talk about, this is super early on. This is at the transition of the Akkadian time frame. You see the females moving about, and what's interesting is none of the Akkadians are really L3 at all. The E groups early on are not. Notice that none of those was L3 except for that Mota in Ethiopia. We'll talk about that when that happens. That Mota has that L lineage, but that's later on. But we're gonna note something with this society. So, and the reason why I'm playing on water small is just for, as always, fair use, right?
Iraq, site of so many conflicts in recent years. Dictators, foreign invasion, civil war were also spoken. Sumerian was not abandoned though, with scribes still studying it and using it widely in scribal schools. But as time went on and the government promoted greater use of Akkadian, as well as resettling large numbers of Akkadian-speaking people in Sumer, it was gradually replaced as the common tongue, surviving for thousands of years more when Sumerian died out. As well as the political centre of the empire, Agade became its main commercial hub. It seems that, like the Romans did much later, the Akkadians got the whole trade system, or much of it, under their direct control, succeeding where all Mesopotamians after them failed in directly controlling Elam too. And Akkadian traders went much further. At the mysterious ruins of Konar Sandal in eastern Iran, once a city of 20 or 30,000 people, part of the still largely unknown Jiroft culture recently uncovered there, a clay seal from Akkad has been discovered, complete with cuneiform and two facing figures typical of Sargon and his successors. It seems Akkadian travellers came here to barter with the trader lords of Jiroft, standing side by side with their contemporaries from the Indus Valley civilization, in bartering for the chlorite vessels expertly crafted by the region's workmen. And because of these direct links with Iran, the Gulf, Egypt, and even into the Eurasian steppe, some of the earliest evidence of horses being found in the Middle East around this time. Olives. The likely scenario, though, is that the assassins acted around 4,260 years ago. 964 men sat down to a feast in the land of Akkad. Great pieces of mutton and pork roasted on spits, bread, olives, vegetables, and of course, vast quantities of beer flowed. And yet, all was not well. 49 witnesses stood by, ominously surveying the day's events, ready to step in if needed, no doubt. For those 964 individuals were giving up their lands in return for only 2 years' worth of harvests. The men watching may even have been those who were to be allocated this land. And in what seems to have been a hallmark of Akkadian campaigns, their cities flooded. It may seem excessive, but Naram-Sin, clearly an astonishingly capable military commander, wanted to make the point that any dissent within the Akkadian realm would be met with death and destruction. Finally, with the state under control, Naram-Sin could focus on not only ruling, but expanding his borders yet further. In the 36 years that Naram-Sin ruled, he along with famine to ravage Agade and its people.
All right, so what was the highlights here? What was some of the most important things? Let me just point to this again. So important. Obviously, the Akkadians obviously ruled this area, reaching areas of Elam, but it's important to know about its trades that it was making with areas that we were just talking about, the burnt city, and obviously the areas up here, which are we're going to keep on going on and talk about the BMAC culture. Let me also point out something here. What happened to the Akkadians? 17 right here, 17, the end of the Akkadians, so the end of their empire.
In 2217 BC, when the new king Shar-kali-sharri came to the throne, the Akkadian Empire stood at the very height of its size and prosperity. Just 25 years later, only a rump state around Akkad remained. Hemmed in, beset by hostile enemies on all sides.
So very important. So Akkad was just devastated before Abraham's time, right? Let's keep on digging deeper. So what happens right after that? The rise of the third dynasty of Ur.
By Ren.
So again, I'm just going to give a highlight on this one because remember, we're working our way. We're going to work our way all the way. It looks like a long travel, but it's not long.
No grain was ground.
We're almost there.
The slave girl was equal
I'm going to
to
show
her
you the
mistress,
BMAC culture.
and the slave
B
stood at his master's side.
Pretty much culture.
The orphan was not given over to the wealthy man. The widow was not given over to the powerful man. And in the house with no male heir, its daughter.
So very, very important. So that's why I'm showing it, because it's all connected. All of it's connected, and we're gonna show before all these. We gotta show all these things before Abraham comes. That's how complex the Middle East is.
We call the Sumerians are credited by archaeologists and historians as being the first people to live in large urban spaces and to have invented writing, let alone many other innovations and contributions to mankind. Though their land of Sumer consisted of several independent and often competing city-states, the Sumerians shared a common language, culture, and religion. Credited by archaeologists and historians as being the first people to live in large urban spaces and to have invented writing.
So this one's just to understand the little pictures of what they look like. Now let's get down to the time of Abraham's times. A little understanding now. We're almost there.
Later. The third dynasty of Ur comes to a close after a mere 100 years as a group from the north, a Semitic group known as the Amorru, we know them in the Bible as the Amorites, and also the Elamites from the east. They both sort of converge on the city of Ur and on this kingdom of Ur, this third dynasty, and they bring it to a shattering close. It is commemorated. The fall of Ur is commemorated in a lament for the city of Ur, a prayer of lament for the city. The prayer is supposedly uttered by the goddess Ningal as she weeps for the city. She prays to the other gods and no help is forthcoming, and she describes a storm of destruction as it falls upon the city. The lament goes, for the gods have abandoned us, like inevitable about the fall. He says, in all the streets, time of the in heaps, great destruction, and great is the fall of the city of Ur. Now it's around the time of the fall of Ur that we read in the Bible that God comes to a man named Abraham and says, I want you to leave your city and your land and your people, and I want you to go to another land that I'm going to show you. And that begins a new chapter, yes, in the Bible, but a new chapter in history.
So what you're seeing is the biblical narrative is pinpoint accurate. But let's look a little more deeper into the history here. So remember, I was just showing you a little bit of the connection with the Natufian, like obviously the people in Sumer, this area, they, like I showed you on the timestamp, they had beer, right? They had beer like the Natufians and everything. Let me show you something from Stanford University or Stanford Press, right? An ancient thirst for beer may have inspired the agriculture, right? Stanford archaeologists say. You can see what's going on here, what they're talking about. right? The oldest record of man-made alcohol, right? So they have also culture ties. The Natufian have culture ties with Sumer. Lu and her research team analyzed residue from 30,000-year-old stone mortars found in the, if you know, this is the cave with the Natufian, right? A Natufian graveyard graveyard site located near what is pretty much right here in Israel, right? This little place, right? Most people go to we talk about the Natufian quite often because a lot of people talk about the Natufian, but it's a lot of information. So here's what they say, what they found in the Natufian about 13,000 years ago over here. So obviously it's Levantan, right? Before any E1B1As, we know that obviously the E lineage is Levantan, right? It's an established Levantan lineage. And it has culture ties that tie to Sumer. And discovered evidence of pretty much beer brewing operations, right? This account for the oldest record of man-made alcohol in the world. So very important. Culture assimilation. So obviously you got some clear culture ties there, right? Now let's talk about how we talked about the lands of pretty much that land, remember, of Sumer over here, having ties to the lands that are kind of far away, that looks far away, right? Let me actually go to that at here. So you see these lands here, that name there. Let's talk a little bit about that name and some of the lands, because remember L3 is over there, and we know that E1B1A is up there as well. That's very important. So the culture, this culture right here, I might as well click this to show what culture it is, right? So let's talk about this culture that's pretty much in Afghanistan, right? In Afghanistan, Iran, right? Know what's going on, right? Ancient times, right? 3000, 2000 BC. So very old culture that's going to be in this area, right? Upper area here. You can kind of see what's going on, having some connections in these areas here, Iran, right? And we know they're not native to Iran. We know the group that we just point out, L3 and E1B1A in this place here. We know that they're not going to be native to the area, but they did come up there. They're going to be more native to like the lower Mesopotamia, like South Mesopotamia, the Natufian homeland. But they're there now at that time frame, 2000, in this time frame that we just talked about. Let me just point something out here. So you can see right here, obviously periods of this dynasty, you can see that obviously they flourished, right? They flourished in that time frame in this area. But it also has connection to an interesting culture that has some history. The giraffe culture, we were just talking about that, the connection with the giraffe culture, the trades that were happening with the giraffe culture, right? It flourished in Iran and everything. So you can see what's going on there. Obviously, having some pretty much documents that they have there, everything. Let me just jump down. We talked about this, right? We talked about this culture. I'm going to skip some of these pieces. We don't need all this right now. This just goes into detail of Arata. Maybe I should show it just for the highlight.
Civilizations appeared about 5,000 years ago.
I'll show it for the highlight.
The first cities, the first religions, the first kings, a radically new form of social organization. And then writing, which took man into history.
Take a look at the giraffe civilization, one that, to be honest, we didn't even know about until the turn of the century. So without further ado, let's begin. Archaeologists conducted formal surveys of the area and determined that the undocumented culture discovered here was approximately 5,000 years old, smack in the middle of the Bronze Age. The main excavations began in 2003 and were led by archaeologist Youssef Majidzadeh, but later on also included other specialists from around the world. Along with the cemetery, the team excavated a couple of nearby mounds and discovered the remains of two major architectural complexes. Civilization was in close contact with those of both Mesopotamia and the Harappan or Indus River Valley civilization in what's today India and Pakistan. Like these two civilizations, it seems that the people of the giraffe culture had their own writing system, of which several tablets have been discovered, though not deciphered. Other objects depict what appear to be scenes from the myth about the Great Flood. Of course, giraffe is the name that modern archaeologists call the civilization. In reality, we don't know what it was called back in the Bronze Age. Majid-Zadeh believes that it may have been the fabled land of Arata that's been described in various Sumerian texts. Others, though, believe that the giraffe site could have been a city or even the capital of the ancient kingdom of Marhashi, a state mentioned several times in Akkadian and Neo-Sumerian texts as being further to the east, past the great Elamite city of Anshan, with whom it was often allied with. In fact, the two were frequently at war with the Akkadian Empire, founded by Sargon the Great in the 24th century BC.
So you heard that? It lets you know that Elam had ties with that nation, and they was fighting with some other nations, Akkadians, other nations around. So they had ties, and that's probably why Elam took down the some parts of Sumer, because they had ties with nations in Iran. So they have far ties with nations out of its border. Let me show you something real fast. So remember we talked about the Arata and everything. So 7 Mountains of Arata is an interesting paper. This one I'm not going to go into right now, but it's kind of interesting. It's basically, if you see it, it's basically sideways. You can see it's Sumer and Uruk. So that would be probably Mesopotamia, and it's just leading a little bit outwards. And they're just saying basically apparently early on, Iran and a couple places around, after pretty much the flood, people just kept like settling all around these areas pretty much. There was like major spots after the flood. Long story short on that one. I'm going to go to another piece right here. I'm going to go to this and kind of point something out here. I want to show you something with this little find, which it actually would be this little piece here, but I'll show you what it's from. Genome formations of human populations in East Asia. So this is going to be in East Asia. I showed one from Southeast Asia. This was going to be from East Asia. So this is probably just going to show some of the fossils that they have there and everything, which most likely is going to be, of the L3. I don't think that they have. You can see obviously D is going to be in Japan, right? The D lineage is Japan. There's no doubt. Let me make sure we don't have nothing surprising on this. So obviously E1B1B in Kazakhstan, right? That's of course it's going to be up there because E1B1B is one of the major E lineages that take over the upper north. There's another one long time ago. Let me just make sure on this what I want to see. I'm going to scroll down to see here. Let me just make sure it's not one with E1B1A on it. I don't think it is. It's probably one with L3. Yeah, this one that's a modern E1B1A. That's just a modern E1B1A. Let's see here if it is that one with L3. Why I put it like that. Yeah, this is just one with L3. Iran. So you can see right here, that's a female. Well, that's a mix of a male, but there is a female on this. But here's an L2 as well. You can see the L2. Obviously, understanding these are going to actually be the Y chromosome on this one. But let me point to that one right here. This was the mtDNA. That's Y. This is mtDNA there. So it's obviously going to be a mixed company there because that was mainly Japhanites in that area. So it's very important. So just to show that there is an L3 there, right, in that area of Iran, right? As we also know, E1B1A is there in that area of Iran. So very important. Just to show that its connection with these said African branches, that they call them African, right? But this society is going to be the society that we need to know, because this is the society that becomes the nation of Israel later on, right? They're going to come down and they're going to settle in those areas, and they're going to become Israel a little later. We're almost there, working at pretty much the history there. So this is a needed video. This is pretty much the whole history from the fall of the Akkadians to what happens there. So I'm just finding all the highlights of the history, because obviously there's much more history on these things and whatnot. Most likely this is just L3. I'm gonna just skip that one for now. So these are just information for L3s that are found there, that are found in those ancient areas. Here is some more information. This one
of the cradles of civilization.
This one is just for a map. I just got this on here for a map, just to get an understanding of this area.
Would be home to numerous city-state. Time.
So you can see
next is an old.
This one I'm gonna skip. It just pretty much just lets you know that, you know, this area is very diverse. Pretty much, I'm gonna skip this one and just point this one, because this is just a map. Pretty much, you see this map right here. Let me just zoom in. So 3000 BC. That's like Nimrod's time. So if you think about the biblical narrative, Nimrod would be about there in that time, and obviously the Helmites would be the earliest rulers of the nation. All of a sudden, you get an Indo-European dominance that rules these nations that's around this area, and that's going to be very important to note. Right. So you can see Sumer still that same culture. You got some rises of Elam and Susa and everything. Skip a little ahead. So you can see this is just the fall of the upper nations, right? You get these some parts of these nations going at it, these nations going at it with these nations, right? Very important to know that you're going to have some extreme dynasties. This is the third dynasty of Ur. So you can see it's going to be the third dynasty of Ur. Elam's going to come in and pretty much hit them, right? This is where we get to Abraham's time. Boom. You see what happened there? Akkadians vanish. They shrunk down. Egypt's growing because they're going to be strong before Abraham comes, right? And this is the time frame. Obviously, Elam has control over these areas. Just to get a little understanding of the map. It's very, by this time frame, this is the time frame about the time frame Abraham comes out. It's so diverse, so divided. It's so diverse. It's very important to understand that. Very, very important to understand that. Now let's get a little understanding of the Elamites real fast. Let me make sure you hear me. I don't know if I mute it or not. Okay. All right. Almost there.
In this episode, we're going to take a look at possibly the first historically documented state of ancient Iran, one that had a continuous civilization for perhaps 3,000 years.
So Elam.
Specifically, I'm talking about a region of southern Iran called Elam and its people, the Elamites, mostly vilified in ancient Sumerian, Babylonian, and Assyrian program. Now, it must be noted that the term Elamite didn't necessarily denote an ethnicity, but more the peoples of the lands east of Mesopotamia that spoke a particular language and overall had a similar culture. Since Elam territorially was quite vast, it's likely that it contained several ethnic groups, as well as several dialects of the Elamite language. There may have been other languages spoken that we just don't know about. For the most part, though, the peoples of Mesopotamia considered all of these peoples to be Elamites. Geographically speaking, the border of what we now call Elam appears to have been quite fluid. Like with Sumer, Elam also consisted of many different city-states.
So you can see, obviously, Elam grew, right? Massive power. Look how massive it's growing. It was actually tearing up these individuals in the Levant. This is where you will have some of the people come into this area, because actually this area was flooded. The Akkadians died because they flooded this area. And that's why sometimes you'll see people talk about a local flood. They're actually using that flood that they had moved in the area of this area and flooded some of the cities over here. But this is where the Abrahamic lines actually will come in from the areas of the Shemitic Elamites. And they'll come into these areas over here and settle in these areas and be in the areas of Ur. Here's a little more into it. Right here. This just goes a little bit into some of the details this person goes to.
And here in red, I stressed for you the logogrammatic value sign objects around 3-4 so that signs which were used in Mesopotamia here on the left and in Iran on the right. Okay, around 3300 BC, so be careful, the numerical tablets, they were still used, but two new traditions appeared. In Mesopotamia in red, the proto-cuneiform tablets, and in blue on the Iranian plateau, the proto-Elamite tablets. And it's very interesting to see that there is a clear separation between both writing systems, because we never found any proto-cuneiform tablets on the site where were used proto-Elamite tablets, and the contrary is also correct. We never found any proto-Elamite tablets on site where they were using proto-cuneiform tablets. So it really seems that these two writing systems, they were excluding each other. So some examples of this text, proto-cuneiform and the proto-Elamite one. So
that just shows linguistic ties. These have linguistic separation. So obviously these have linguistic ties all the way to these ones, which we were talking about. The BMAC culture is going to be one that's going to have connection. In fact, let's talk about it real fast. So now let's get right to that. Remember, we talked about that E1B1A. That's that BMAC culture, right? That's that one. Now we're going to talk about why that BMAC culture that is from that crazy time frame. Let me show it real fast again. Right? Perfect time frame, to be honest with you. E1B1A, J2 in the areas of Turkestan, right? Obviously Iran, Goner, right? BMAC culture. Let's get a little history onto it, right? That transition, right? This is give or take, because you see this is from that 2000 to 17, right? Why is that? Why do we want to find about this time frame? Why do we want to find about that time frame? Is that actually very important to find about that time frame? God. Yes, it's actually very important. I think I closed the video I wanted to show, but I'll show it. Let me make sure. I think it's actually on this thing. Let me make sure it's on this thing. Yeah, it's on this thing. We'll talk about it when we get there. So we'll get right to it. And we're going to point out what happens with Elam. So it's going to be in the era of Elam. But first, let's talk about that BMAC culture. What happens in the BMAC culture?
Upon artifacts in the late 1960s and early 70s, archaeologists from what was then the Soviet Union stumbled upon artifacts of a previously unknown civilization around what's today the Amu Darya River, the body of water that the Greeks of antiquity called the Oxus River. The broad area that they were uncovering these mysterious artifacts in today makes up parts of Turkmenistan and northern Afghanistan, but in antiquity, this region was known as Bactria. The name is well known to those familiar with the history of Western and Central Asia in antiquity. Bactria would become one of the most important satraps or provinces of the Achaemenid Persian Empire. It's during this time a local type of sturgeon. Over time, the people of the early Oxus civilization learned to domesticate sheep, goats, and cattle, and it seems that at least some of them used the famous two-humped Bactrian camel for transport.
Hold on, let's pay attention to what is he saying here? You just hear what it's saying about this culture. They obviously were pastoralists.
Used the famous
and they had camels. You know who else had camels? You remember when Isaac was meditating and his wife came up to him and his wife rode to him on a camel, and she covered her face when she came to him, but she rode on a camel. So this culture has obviously the same culture ties, just like we see in the time of the biblical narrative. We see camels, we're seeing pastoralists, right? All this makes sense.
Two-humped Bactrian camel for transport. Crops and useful animals were just the beginning. Like today, the mountains and hills that the Amu Darya meandered through were replete with valuable metals and minerals such as copper, iron, lead, silver, gold, gypsum, marble, turquoise, and lapis lazuli. This was an area with great economic potential, and whose resources would have commanded high prices in other parts of the world, which, as we'll see shortly, linked it to the Indus Valley or Harappan civilization to its south, and other societies as far away as Mesopotamia, Anatolia, and the Levant to the west. The span of time between 2400 to 1900 BC is what scholars call the Oxus civilization's integration period. It was during this time that nearly all known Oxus sites seem to have shared a unified, mostly urban culture. Its settlements, most of which had been founded only a few generations beforehand, were transforming into large, fortified compounds with central palaces that were surrounded by smaller dwellings. Archaeologists believe that this may have been the golden age of Oxus civilization. Large cities and stupendous palaces. The social fabric of the region was also changing, as an influx of new peoples from the north were settling not just in the Amu Darya region, but also to its east, west, and the south.
Hold on, did he just say that this society about this time frame, about 18, just to show that visual right there, 18 to 1000 BC, had a population replacement from the north? But isn't this already north right here? So he's saying that a little higher, some people came down and pushed the people that were here out of this area. So that's very important to understand, that we're going to actually have a understanding that the people that have ties throughout all these areas also start to move into these areas and move to these areas. And it has a tie to a lineage that you wouldn't expect to be up there. That comes exactly at the right time, exactly at the right time. So you can see with this one in the BMAC culture, and this one right here in Iran, that my beloved family is a E1B1A that we find moving in the right places in the right time and actually fulfilling as it was said in the biblical narrative, right? Giving us understanding that they were on the other side of Euphrates. So we see they were on the other side of Euphrates at this time, and they're going to move downward. So we're going to actually note that this line is going to move downwards. Now, it's also important to know that, remember, this is about 4,000 years ago, right? These fossils and finds about 4,000 years ago, give or take. And this one will be about in between, as we see with this culture, from 17 to 2000, right? Both, all these are give or take. Could be a little higher too if we wanted to, but most likely is like 17, 18, around there. So there's always being giving you an in between and everything. So, but that's that culture, that BMAC culture that we were just watching real fast. Saw how all that from the Akkadians to the sieges to the other cultures around, how they're all tied together, how they're all linked. We can find L3 over there. We can find E1B1A over there. Obviously, E's are around that area, and they're all having connections together, even the linguistic connections. There's other connections with this area and that area, right? So we're going to see that all these things tie in together exactly as it should. All right, and then let's see this last piece right here with the connection of Elam, pretty much.
BCE, concluded a peace treaty with Elam. After putting down rebellion, Ibbi-Sin reigned 2261 to 2224 BCE, concluded a peace treaty with Elam. After putting down rebellions in the region, and from his victory Stele, scholars have learned the names of many of the Elamite gods, rulers, and other aspects of Elamite history. When the Akkadian Empire fell to the Gutians, the Awan dynasty reasserted control over Awan and Susa, but then collapsed when the Gutians invaded their region. Shemashki dynasty. circa 2200 to 1900 BCE.
So I don't know if you caught that real fast. So it lets you know that Elam, obviously, like we talked about before, Elam moved into Sumer, right? But they was going at it with some of the northern nations, the Gutians, right? Very, very important to understand, right? And that's why we were talking about all these things. And remember, while we was talking earlier about the E groups that went into the areas of the north. And remember, we talked about how we know that in the areas of the north, the connections that happened were from the Levant going over here. As you can see, right? We talked about from the Levant. We know that some of the E1B1B groups very early on went up into this area, and a lot of times they were fighting with each other, and that would be like pre-time stuff. So it's very important. So it's like early, right after the flood stuff, to get a little understanding on that. And this is just information on, you know, some of the other finds, obviously other L3s up there and stuff. That's all around. Get a little good understanding on that. There's other information for L's all around and whatnot up in the upper areas that we were talking about. This will just talk about some of the E1B1Bs up in the 3,000 years before, basically 3,000 BC, that was in the Levant. You can see the Levant. Obviously, you can see E1B1B is there, but it's also in Mesopotamia and other places all around, right? Obviously, if E1B is there, then obviously we should expect other E's to be around that area. What else should we see around this area, right? If one subclade, if we see E1B1B there, we see E1B1A there, we should probably find another subclade to make sure that that's definitely what we found, to understand that we did find not just one family of E, but kind of like its whole subgroups. Well, we already went over some of the finds of some of the E's that are up there and everything that we already had talked about at E1 and E1A and E2 and everything. I'll go over that another time because I want to do an update on E1A and E2. But yes, we do got fossils. I can show you E1A and E2 up here in Bronze Age times, transition to the Iron Age. So I can show you that, no problem. That's something I can show. I'll just show one. Maybe I'll just show one real fast for the sake of it. Let me just see which one it would be on. Right here. I'll just show one of them on this. I'm not gonna show them all. I'll just show a quick E1A up there, because I know a lot of brothers that are E1A, right? I will show that on here. So yes, we do have multiple E subclades, right? That means that they would be around that area. So check this out. Oops. Wrong page, right there. All right. Here it is. Look at that. E1A, South Asia, Pakistan. All right, where's Pakistan? We should know what Pakistan is, but just show it. Obviously, right over here. So you can see some E groups reaching all the way over there. That's an E1A. Pakistan, what time frame is that? Obviously, like I said, right here, that's definitely Bronze Age, right? Or let me see. Yep. So 11 to 90 or to 900 BC. So you can see right there, transition to Bronze Age, Iron Age. So you can see what's going on there. Obviously having some stationary areas of the north with that E1A. We can talk about E2 and everything, E1A, and notice that mtDNA. Remember we talked about that. Some of the E's had got with the H groups, right? It's just you know, the Most High at work, just letting you know that no, they weren't in Africa at this time. They were outside of it. So I'll just leave it like that for that one. So just to get a good understanding that yes, we got the subgroups. So you can see this is one that we're focused on, E1B1A, right? That end up developing in the north, right? Very easy to see that. You can get that from a Jotana, you can get that from an Eberite. It's no problem. You can see right here, you can have E1B1. We know that was in the Natufian area. And we seen a subclade. We just seen a subclade of E1A that was up in the north as well. So we know E1B1B rules in the north, and E1B1A is surely in the north that we just pointed out, with it being one in Europe with the understanding of the migration, and in the areas of the BMAC culture with that understanding of the migration. So very important to understand with these movements, right? So let's look at one more few pieces here. So now bring it all a little bit home. So we were just looking at this one down here. Just play it
as the Neo-Sumerian Empire. It's this event and the circumstances.
And this is the time frame when Abraham's leaving this area right here.
That led up to it that started off what we call the Old Babylonian period. Now it's during this time that the city of Babylon went from being a provincial, let's say small city, to becoming the capital of the lands of Sumer and Akkad. Historians officially date the end of the Neo-Sumerian Empire at 2004 BCE. That's the year when the last king of the empire, Ibbi-Sin, was defeated, and he himself, along with his capital city of Ur, were captured by the Elamites. After they fell, you had a bunch of successor states, many of which were really small fiefdoms. In some cases, after the central authority of Ur was broken, the Ensi, or governor, took over and became king, founding a new dynasty. In other cases, Amorite tribes would take over and, like the Sumerian governors, form their own independent kingdoms and dynasties.
You see how fast? You see why I didn't just show this video and get right to it? Because you had to see all that history to understand that, yes, the Akkadians were there for a long time. Then the third dynasty of Ur ruled, and then boom, Elam came there, grabbed the hold of the area, and then all of a sudden some Amorites came in from Mari, far away. But you got to remember that area ended up getting mixed. And then Akkadian, a lot of these people speak Semitic because Akkadian became the lingua franca, which basically means like basically the language of the whole land. So if you see that it says someone was Shemitic, like a king was Shemitic or anything like that, you got to also remember that Akkadian became like how English is today in that area. So it's very important to know that Elam, Elam has connections. This is where it bends to get that E1B1A, that links that E1B1A and that L3 to these places over here. We're going to also note when we look at what time frame that is. So how do we know that's the right time frame? Here's an Egyptologist kind of giving a nice little summary.
Now, in Semitic,
I think this is a nice, if you've never seen this, right? This is a really interesting summary.
Now, when we talk about the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and sometimes Joseph, there is a lot of controversy over when they lived and what their dates are. But it may surprise a lot of people to learn that we actually have a synchronism for one of the patriarchs in the Bible. Stay tuned and find out more on this episode of Ancient Egypt. Now, this is actually really exciting. Available at most major out. The one synchronism we have for a patriarch. Now, this is actually really exciting because we don't have very much chronological data for Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, or Joseph. But we do have one synchronism for Abraham. So it surprises many people to find out that we can actually date Abraham kings, where a coalition of 4 kings of the ancient Near East go to war against another coalition of 5 kings that we do know about. And that is Amorphela-Shinar. And this one is really, really interesting. So, who was Amorphela-Shinar? Well, first of all, let's ask the question, where was Shinar? Scholars agree that Shinar is Babylon. This is uncontested. Everyone agrees that Shinar is Babylon. Shinar is the Semitic word for Babylon. Okay, so that's uncontested. But interesting, we happen to have a complete kings list for the kings of Babylon. From its first dynasty all the way to its fall to the Persians. We have almost all the kings recorded. So all we have to do then is take the word Amorphel and compare it to the Babylonian kings list and see if there's a match. Interesting about Hammurabi is he wrote lots and lots of letters and lots of correspondence. So we actually have a number of synchronisms for Hammurabi. He sent a letter to Rin-Sin of Larsa. He sent a letter to Shamshi-Adad I of Assyria. We have a letter that he corresponds with Zimri-Lim of Mari. We even have a connection between Hammurabi and Egypt. The stela of Yatinu connects Hammurabi with Neferhotep I of Dynasty 13. So we can place Hammurabi's dates with pretty good certainty. His dates are 1765 to 1722 BC. So he lived in the 18th century. But because we have now this synchronism with Amorphel-Ashina, which we can now identify as Hammurabi of Babylon, we now know that Abraham must have been alive sometime between 1765 and 1722 BC. Now, this is really, really interesting and really, really important for another reason. For example, when Patterns of Evidence tries to place Joseph during the reign of Amenemhat III, that is 67 years before the reign of Hammurabi. The implication being that Joseph would have come to Egypt before the death of Abraham. That's just not happening. I'm sorry, that isn't happening. Joseph has to arrive in Egypt after Abraham's death. So, because we have this synchronism that proves that Abraham was alive in the 18th century, Joseph also must have arrived in Egypt after the 18th century. And if we follow, say, a more traditional late-date Exodus point of view.
So just to kind of like, here's basically what it said, right? It's basically saying because we can find out what king that Abraham fought against in this verse that talks about the 5 kings that Abraham fought against, and one king was a king of pretty much Babylon, right here. This one of Shinar. And obviously remembering that we're translating his original name to his original name, and then find out who he is, cross-referencing that with the kings that he spoke with, we can find exactly when Abraham existed. So he obviously existed after the 3rd dynasty of Ur, had to exist somewhere in the transition of Elam's fall, about that time frame. So what I just showed you was pinpoint accurate information, and I'm showing you the genetics with it, with these things, to show you that it makes perfect sense. And we know that, and this is what's important too. Now that we got that understood, the history, all that large history, it's important to know that Abraham did not travel alone. If you've never seen this video, I'll just show a quick highlight of it.
States that Abraham had 318 trained men.
All right. I want to make sure that you can hear me. All right. So obviously Abraham, if you've seen it, multiple scriptures talk about it, that he had powerful men with him and everything. It says that when Abraham heard that his relatives had been taken captive, he, right, led out his trained men. He led out his trained men. And what's some of Abraham's trained men? You know, you got to remember. Let me make sure I point this out. Do you know that let's talk a real quick understanding, real fast, be really fast. But I want to set an understanding about the Hittite nation that has to be understood before we proceed forward. So remember, we're going to talk about I'm just going to skip through these ones. We talk about how basically the Natufian had crossed into some areas, and we talked about pretty much some of the Arabian area might have had some water there. Long story short, I'll skip through these just to fly through them pretty much. Satellite images seen that there's rivers in Arabia and stuff, water dried up and whatnot. So that's just very important when understanding Eden, right? What does the scripture say about Eden, right? One of the rivers apparently go into the Ethiopia River. But you know what's interesting about that, about this Gihon? Where did it go through? It was obviously all these rivers were connected, right? Let me just show something real fast. There's a river that connects to this area. There's these two rivers, and apparently this river. And basically, let me see if I got a picture. Actually, I'll do somewhere over here, right here. All right, so you see this picture here, this water here, this little water here, and then this water here, and then this water here. These three pieces of water apparently connected. This water may have also stretched all the way, obviously it stretches down the Nile, but this water here may have connected here. We don't know what it looked like a long time ago before the flood. We don't know what it looked like exactly a long time ago before the flood, but we do know without a doubt that we have evidence that these societies, right? These societies by the river obviously have connections, but long ago they would have had connections with their river. So you can see a little bit of understanding there. So they also call this the river valley civilizations. So there's a lot of civilizations by these river valleys, but apparently these river valleys were connected. So very important. But let me read you something real fast. Let me read you something from Josephus that he says about that river. Watch what he says here. So obviously, remember Paisan obviously has connections to India, right? And then exit out in the sea. You can see obviously the Euphrates as well as the Tigris goes into the Red Sea, they say right there. So that's interesting to know that they have some understanding that the Euphrates went into the Red Sea, which the Euphrates is up here and the Red Sea is right here. So how would that work? Would it have been, right? Would it have been into here, or would it have been through this way, right? There's a valley here. Could it have also went into that valley, that dry valley, and then maybe that Dead Sea wasn't so dead, right? Very important. Everything changed, right? Everything had changed. It's not the same anymore. Things had changed. So very important. Let's get back to that read. So right here, watch what it says here. Now the name of the Euphrates just talks about, you can see when it talks about the flower and whatnot. But watch what it says here about Gihon. Gihon runs through Egypt. What? Gihon runs through Egypt? Well, it makes perfect sense when you realize something. That Egypt is one of the biggest rivers. And in fact, the Nile is a very beautiful river. It's a very beautiful river. But it'll tell you right here that Gihon runs through Egypt and denotes what arises from the east and whatnot. That's why the Greeks call it the Nile, right? So the Nile is going to be the Gihon that's saying there, right? Obviously understand that in the sense of it, of how that's being said.
And nutrients.
But let me show you something. Let me just show you some interesting papers about some things of that area. If you haven't seen Gihon, it's just a beautiful place.
The Nile was born.
So you can see
this new river to Egypt. The water in Lake Victoria spilled north. The Nile was born. This new river found a route west to Lake Albert.
I'll do a let me make sure you can hear me. I'll do a video later and I'll explain. Let me show you what I'll explain. You won't believe it, but it's possible that this whole river connected as a circle. This whole river most likely connected as a circle, that there was water that connected through this. I talked about this before. This area right here, which is called the Afar Strait, it split. That was something here, and it split. And it's possible that this area, a lot of these areas, I'll talk about it later, that there was water that came down into this area, went into this area, and it went out and went up over here. But for some reason, there's still water that's moving this river. So it's obviously disconnected now, right? It's disconnected now because of the flood and all types of, if you know, a lot of drying happened, right? Even this used to be green, but this dried out. So there's obviously evidence that this had rivers on it and it dried out. So it's something that's very important. Why? Because the Most High Yah is obviously not happy with what's going on, but he did leave a little rose, right? He left a rose to show that he's not finished yet, right? He knows where he pulled the people from, and he still has a thought on what he's going to do. So very important to see. So all his work still breathes out that his truth continues on even to this generation. Even though it's been thousands and thousands of years, we can still get a good understanding of what's going on here. So interesting of Gihon going to Egypt. So very, very interesting stuff with that one. But let me show you something. I just want to show you these sources that this person finds on this. Now, I don't believe that people started in Africa, all that stuff. I don't believe that. But I'm gonna show you these sources that this person had. Remember, I talked about this. I talked about this because guess what? Remember how I showed you in the 1800s, pretty much, that's when Abraham pretty much left out of the areas of Ur and everything? Well, if we take that to history, right? If we take that pound to pound, one with the L3 that's found in Iran, with the E1B1A that was found up there, and obviously a subclade that were up there, making movements going downwards. If we connect that with actual historical information, it makes perfect sense when we connect it to historical information. Let's actually connect it to a historical document. Let's connect what happened, right? After 18 BC, right? After 18 BC, we know that that's when the people, right, make a movement south, right? Abraham goes south, right? If you know the walk path of Abraham, right? We should know the walk path of Abraham, the promised land that he goes into. Let me show a picture of that. Let me zoom out on this. I'm just gonna show a interesting, just a walk path where Abraham walks, because you know where he walks? He walks into the Euphrates, right? He walks into Africa. So Abraham goes down into Africa, right? He actually goes down into this area, right? Into what they say Goshen, right? He goes down into Africa. So he leaves the areas of the Chaldeans from over here. He leaves his area, goes over here, and remember, we established that there was E's that were over here, and he says his family is over here. And if you know, we already connected over here, the L3, from Tel Halula, Syria. We know that that's also over here. But he goes to these areas back and forth to kind of like explain even his paths. These paths are very, very, very symbolic. Very, very symbolic. Why did the Most High tell him to walk all the way down to Egypt and go back up? Right? He kept telling him to go down there. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did that same thing. Went right down there, went right back up. Right? Went right down into Egypt, Africa. So it could be said Abraham went into Africa, and then Isaac went into Africa. And was they alone? Right? Didn't we just see that Abraham had a whole army with him? Right? Abraham was not alone. He had an army with him. But we're gonna look at something when we get to some more deeper information on some things. So, like we said, Abraham had 318 men with him. So, and he had obviously a lot of different people with him, right? Because he had an alliance. Who did he have alliance with? Heth. Abraham had an alliance. He had a confederacy. Abraham had a confederacy with Heth, right? Just to quickly say what chapter I'm talking about. In Genesis 14 and 13, Genesis 14 and 13, it reads, "And there came one that escaped," because this is right before Abraham goes there with his army to rescue the individuals that were stolen, right? So this is going to be basically at that time when they took Lot, right? And they took Lot and the time of Sodom, right? And this is what it says in Genesis 14-13. And there came one that had escaped and had told Abram the Hebrew, for he dwelled in the plain of Marim, the Amorite, right? So he dwelled with an Amorite. But watch what it says about this Amorite. The brother of Eshcol, the brother of Ener, and these were confederate with Abram. So these were confederate. They were in a deal, an alliance with Abram. So it's very important to understand that he had some alliances that he was making at that time. But he had a lot of different individuals around him. He also had family. He had other individuals. You have different individuals that basically be making their ways into different places, right? We shouldn't expect after Abraham passed that they all just stay there, right? We should expect that because we've seen Abram also go into Egypt, we should expect that if some went with him, we should also know that it's possible at the highest level that some could had stayed in Egypt, right? So very important. They could have went their own ways and different things like that, because Abraham had a lot of people with him, right? He obviously have servants and different things like that. That's something to know. But he had trained men, right? He had trained men, a certain amount of trained men.
Hey everyone, in this program, we're going to take a look.
All right, so this one we don't need to look at. This one we looked at earlier. It's just important to know. Look at how diverse it is.
The Euphrates,
right? Look at this upper area. It gets crazy. When Abraham's told to get out of there, it goes berserk right before he leaves there. So he left out of there basically in the neck of time, because these people were about to kill each other, because basically they were all saying we will all become king up here. They're saying we're gonna have one nation. We're all gonna rule. And it was berserk. That's why he said to Abraham, right? The iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full, right? And Isaac also battled the Amorites with his bow and his sword, right? He talked about that at his last words to Jacob, right? Israel gives him those last words. So very important to see that crazy time madness that happens up there, right? It's madness that happens at the top. So that's why we was talking about that first dynasty of Babylon, right? That's when Abraham leaves. He leaves before the first. If you want to remember, when does Abraham come? He leaves in the midst, or in the time when the first dynasty of Babylon comes up, in the midst of the transition of the end of the third dynasty of Ur. So in the end of the third dynasty of Ur, and the coming of the Babylonian kingdom, and when the Elamites come there. So very important, as you can see, due to the Elamites, right? So very, very important with those things. Very, very, very important. And let me also keep on going, because I want to establish something as we proceed. Let me show these sources. But first, before I show those sources, I need to show a note here, right here. Here's a note. Watch what it says from this thing from the archive. So I read this before. I'll just show what it is. Remember, we verified about 1819, right? That's when Abraham came up out of that area, right? It's going to be from a paper from pretty much just talk about some trades in India and everything. Let me actually read from it. Watch what it says right here. Remember, what was Abraham's first sons? Arabs, right? Arabs was his first sons. And also, what did his first sons do? They was in Arabia, but Abraham had older relatives called Jottanites. See what it says right here? When it talk about, remember the Chaldeans? Because Abraham left the Ur of the Chaldeans. About 18 BC, according to the Arab historian, Jottanite tribes entered and conquered South Arabia, but were largely absorbed by the Cushite stock. That means they mixed with the females. What it means by largely absorbed, right? That's why they looked at darker skin. They start mixing with the females. And you start noticing that about this time frame, because that's what you'll start seeing if you start looking at E. You'll start noticing that E's will start getting these L lineages. Let me show you real fast. Remember, we already verified about 10,000 years ago, Natufians that are Levantan, even the Iberusians, we know that they have connection to those Levantans as well that we just read. But one thing that's important to know is about the transition from this time frame, right? Remember, we're talking 2,000, 3,000 years that they were outside of this area, or for, well, more than that. But watch what happens in the transition of the Bantu time frame. Western societies love to use modern people that grew in a large area very quickly recently. Like, for example, R1B recently grew large in certain areas like America and certain things like that. And E1B1B recently grew large in Africa. E1B1A as well. So remember E1B1B right here, you can see right here, the East Foragers. Remember we talked about that the Natufians going down into to Egypt. Note the mtDNA that they get when they go there. L4, L0, L2, L3. So you can see the L3 moving with these, the E lineages of the Natufians. They will be a little not as early as the Natufians. These will be like somewhere around the Neolithic time frame, because this paper is Neolithic. The Bantu E's are Neolithic. But notice something interesting. E1B1A only enters in the Iron Age. So you see this Iron Age time frame. E1B1A only enters in here in the Iron Age, about the Iron Age. So that's very important. And notice, obviously, they're going to have, as the Natufian had went in there, they had that M1A that we was talking about earlier, but they had those L lineages. So you can see those L lineages coming in. So they obviously got those L lineages that attached with them. And notice these ones are still, even as L3A and everything, that one's L3, I think it's L3I, L3A, certain snips of L, like LE, you can see right here, L3E, that one comes a little later. So it's very important to know which ones are sooner than others, right? When you're taking on fossils and everything. Here's even the whole picture of the Bantu. Remember we were talking about those Kushites, about that paper, right? Actually on this one, remember we talked about that, how the Arabs had mixed with the Kushites and everything, because that's actually what happened to Bantu expansion, that they were replacing the original A and B haplogroups, right? So you can see right here, obviously Africa supports a suggestion of a rapid expansion because of the separation of the two major waves around 3,500 years before present. So you can see that's, and take away 2000 from that, that's only 15 BC, right? That's Bronze Age, right? So that's not that long ago. So 15 BC and the subsequent isolation of many groups. Modern Bantu language can be divided into West and East Bantu. So you can see what's going on when they talk about that. What's not related to Bantu? You can see non-Bantu languages that do not belong to the Niger-Congo pretty much connections, which is the Koshin language and whatnot. And also when you think about a few Cushitic and Nilo-Saharan tongue. So remember, Bantu language is not connected with the Kushite, though that they will be obviously Afro-Asiatic in a similar way. But it's also important to understand that movement of the Bantu actually is important to know that that's fairly recent, right? It is also suggested that although the Bantu-speaking agriculturalists may have replaced to a substantial extent hunter-gatherers in their path, they have also in some places coexisted and interbred with the original inhabitants, because males mate with females. So they was mating with the females. So Ham mixing with the females. And that makes perfect sense, because quite literally, Judah has a baby with a Canaanite, right? So we know that that's things that happen. So Moses gets with someone in the areas of pretty much Ethiopia. You've seen it. Josephus talks about it, the war. Moses goes into the area. He's sent by pretty much the Pharaoh, right? I already talked about that, when Moses goes into Ethiopia and pretty much gets with one of the women of Ethiopia, and they pretty much hit it off, right? And he has kids that are in Ethiopia, because where does Moses go? Where does Moses' family go? Does his family work in a tabernacle or anything like that? Are they told to have to stay at a tabernacle? No, because Aaron's Aaron's family has to work at the tabernacle. Moses' family is with the Midianites that were in Africa, because the Midianites are the ones that moved to Africa. The New Complete Writings of Flavius Josephus, Book 1, Chapter 15. The Midianites went into Africa. Here it is right here. Right, this is going to be from, right, the pretty much the Antiquities of the Jews and the Jewish Wars. Flavius Josephus. Many Shemites lived in Africa, Egypt, and Ethiopia. Look, this is Josephus that's saying this. He's talking about that, obviously. Let me just click this and talk about this real fast to get a little understanding here. All right. Just talk about basically what was happening when they when Moses, right, was led his army near the walls of pretty much the Ethiopians and everything. I'm gonna skip down a little bit just to get the highlight of this, right? Pretty much what happened is, let me just point out right here in the start. Moses was uneasy, right, with the army laying around idle and everything, for the army basically durst not to come to a battle, because who were they fighting? They were fighting the Ethiopians. And if you don't know, the Ethiopians and the Nubians were monsters in battle. They're still monsters. They were monsters in battle for a long time, the Nubians, because they were Shemites and they were fighting with each other for a long time. They were earlier fighting. The Natufians were fighting down there for a long time. So they were what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? How you put that? They were in the word train, right? They were adapt to that battle. They were adapt to it. They were ready for it. So a lot of them didn't want to have that battle, right? But then this happened, that one of the basically the Ethiopians' daughters of the king of Ethiopia, right? Her name right there, how you say it, Thurbis, was the daughter of the king of Ethiopians. She happened to see Moses, and remember, connect that with the writings that he just talked about in book 1, chapter 15, where he says that the Midianites went into Africa. That's very important. She happened to see Moses as she fled, because remember, it tells you Moses got with a Midianite. In another place, he says that Midianite was Ethiopian. So this makes perfect sense that Midianite was Ethiopian. So he led the army near the wall and fought with great courage, right? And then obviously being under the Egyptians, right? Being under the Pharaoh and all that, whatnot. You can see right here, when he had therefore basically got back pretty much from the danger and everything, and from the Ethiopians and everything. I'm just going to jump down right to where he comes back to her. You can see right here, because he actually offered to marry her. He said sent to him. So obviously she had passion and everything and loved him, right? She fell deeply in love with him, right? Because she actually seen him. When she seen him and everything, she fell in love with him, right? Fell in love with Moses. And upon basically her passion and everything, sent him a message pretty much. And it was about basically getting married. And he thereupon accepted the offer on condition she would procure the delivering up of the city. So he said, I'm only going to marry you if you give up the city. Moses is a warrior. He said, I'm not just going to marry you, but you better give up the city too. And gave her the assurance of an oath to take to his wife, right? And that when he had once taken possession of the city, he would not break his oath to her, right? Obviously, he consecrated his marriage, right? Consecrated his marriage and led the Egyptians back to their own land, right? This is some very deep history. Look what the translator says. He says, this history of Moses as general of the Egyptians. This is very interesting. Not a lot of people actually talk about it, but this is what he's saying is actually a historical event. So he was a general of the Egyptians against the Ethiopians, is wholly omitted from in our Bibles, right? But who else talks about it? But is thus by Arrhenius, or how you say that, from Josephus, and that sooner after his own age, Josephus says that when Moses was nourished in the palace, he was anointed general of the army against the Ethiopians and everything. He married the king, pretty much the daughter of the Ethiopians, right? Very important with those things to see that. So just getting a little understanding that when they talk about these things and look at some of these things is that we do get people of Shemites going into Ethiopia and even marrying Ethiopians. So that's very important. Then it say you married an Ethiopian. They said why would it, if we know that he married a Midianite, why all of a sudden they say that he married an Ethiopian, right? Because he did marry an Ethiopian, because Shemites went into Africa. That's very important, very early on, very, very early on. So when the upper areas fell, right, it was not good up there. It was not a place that people wanted to be. But Jotsonites took the lower areas and went down into that area. As we see with historical reports, Josephus talks about it. Now let's look at something else, because I want you to see what this person finds a point. So remember, this little paper, I also didn't point it out. Make sure I point this out. So remember, Jotsonites went into the areas of pretty much Africa a long time ago. Let me make sure I point that out. And also Africa has ties to these upper areas here. So Africa has ties of pretty much making deals in that area a long time ago. A long time ago, they were basically transferring food and stuff there. But let me read this little highlight on this thing. So you can see, obviously, talking about the connection here is quite important, right? We go down here, right there. So we already talked about that. Remember, we already established that's when Abraham was at 18 BC, right? And then we got Midianites going to Africa. We got Hebrews going to Africa. We got Jotsonites going to Africa, right? We got Arabians going to Africa. We know that early Natufians were fighting down there in Africa. We know there was a replacement in Africa. We know the Bantu E1B1A is not in Africa, Mesolithic and Paleolithic time. I dare someone to show me an E1B1A in a Mesolithic or Paleolithic time. Anyone who says that E1B1A is not the Israelites, prove to me that E1B1A is Paleolithic and Mesolithic. And if anyone's hearing this, look in the comments and see if they put any Paleolithic or Mesolithic E1B1A. They cannot find one because it is not one, right? It is not one. There is not one, right? There isn't a E1B1A. I dare anyone, professional, amateur, scholar, howbeit, show me an E1B1A Mesolithic time frame, Paleolithic time frame in Africa. You can't, because there is none. And that's what we do. We debunk false narratives. So right here, this we're talking about the truth now, getting more deep into it. So Jotsonite tribe, and remember, we already established that the Abyssinians, because these Jotsonites go, as you can see right here, through Punt. This is what we want to look at. You can see right here, they go into the lands of Punt. Could not be, they'll talk about some things, but watch what it says. Later, it's the Sabaean Cushites conquered by, who conquered the Cushites. As you can see, this Jotsonite stock from Yemen. So a Jotsonite stock from Yemen migrated into Africa. He migrated into Africa and establishing themselves in Abyssinia. And remember, we were just looking at that. The Abyssinians are Shemites. Continued the ancient conflict for 6 centuries or more. So very, very, very deep stuff to understand, right? We already know that those are going to be Shemites, right? I don't know if I closed that one that I had earlier. Probably did. Let me open it up. I got to show it just for the sake, because someone might say, no, they're not. They're not. They'll say the Abyssinians are not Shemites. They'll say, no, there's no other paper that says such a thing. Someone might say that. So let's make sure we show this little paper real fast right here. So very important, real fast. Let me just quickly show this to match with that one. And then we're going to look at the other information on Punt, because there's a lot more information. Remember that name, Punt, right? Punt. I'll let that load because I remember that's a big note. I'm gonna read right here. Watch what it says right here. The Arabs, which we know E1B1B are Arabs, as Dr. Nathan Jensen is E1B1B Arabs. E1B1B is Arabs. The E1B1B belongs to the great family of nations, which, on account of their supposed descent from Shem, the son of Noah, are commonly known as Semitic. Right? Semitic. So to be anti-Semitic, it's not just being against the modern Ashkenazim, it's being against Shemites, right? Don't stop confusing the word, what anti-Semitic means. It means you're against a Shemite. Are we against Shemites? Absolutely not, because if you pay attention, we mostly study Shemites, but we don't believe in the modern lie. We can talk about that another time. This term indicates the Babylonians and Assyrians, the Hebrews, the Phoenicians, the Aramaeans, the Abyssinians that we just talked about, the Jottanites going to Abyssinia in Africa. Abyssinia is Africa, right? And the Sabaeans and Arabs, right? And we already know that some of those are mixed with him, right? We already know that some of those are mixed with him. But we do know that, like we just read, the Jottanites and other ones were replacing those ones. So that's very important. The Phoenicians, right? That's probably why some of those E groups were going into the north, because some of those E groups probably had moved with some of the Phoenicians. I have no doubt. That's probably also why, if you don't know, we have an E that went overseas before it even went in Africa. So most likely what happened, let me show you something real fast. Most likely what happened when E left over here and dwelled in this area in the north, something happened. Something happened. It was a battle, and this E group left. That E group left. And it left, it went. We know that we had a fossil that some went down from the island of France, and some even left that area. And that's how we found a fossil not in Africa. The one that we found going overseas moved with some of the Phoenician A groups. You probably don't believe me, but let me show you something real fast. Right? We don't speak opinions. We don't speak opinions. We only talk facts. So we will talk about an ancient society, and I'm gonna show you how we know that it's ancient, because they did a what's the word I'm looking for? They did a basically culture protection for this pretty much falsifying. Let me show you this E1B1A. And this E1B1A, just like the one that was in the land of France, this one, which was probably some Eberite that, because remember, what did it say about the time of Peleg and Joktan? It said when the time came and they divided into different countries, That's important to understand when they said they divided to each of their own countries, right? So they went into many different countries. So very important, like how the scriptures say. Look at this. So I'm going to show you right here. So before we get E1B1A in Africa, from France, they end up catching a ride with some of the A groups. See this A group in Canada? See this year? Said about 4000 BC. Apparently, E1B1A got a ride overseas before going into Africa. That's older than any Mota. That's older than Mota. That means this one will be outside of Africa. Where? Let me show you this culture here. And I'm going to show you that the name of this culture right here is a protected culture. This culture is a protected culture. Just to show that as a real culture. I'm going to show you where it's at. So that E1B1A escaped. Because remember, that's multiple, what's the word I'm looking for? There's multiple, there is multiple Eberites. I don't know what that's probably not even a place. I'll just go to Chile. Let's just put Chile just to show where it's at. Right here. So that one that was over here caught a ride with some A groups all the way overseas. Came all the way overseas for a long time. And Now let me show you something, just to show you that this is an ancient, that's an ancient culture that's also protected. Like we know that that's an ancient culture in this these societies here. It's from UNESCO, right? What I just showed you was from this place. That's why I probably couldn't find it, because it was an old word. It's an ancient word. Probably still right here. No, I typed Chile. But that's pretty much, that's in this area here. There's an ancient culture before we even get E1B1A in Africa. Before we get them in Africa, E1B1A takes off with some groups in the north. While I'm clicking on that, and they end up setting. You see this one in Chile, in this place, just to show you that's that same place. Because remember, just because you can see right here, there it is, the name of the place, right? Just because it's in Chile doesn't mean it's pinpoint, but this is pinpoint in this land of Chile. Just to show you that this is a protected culture. We already talked about these mummies that they found. I'll just read it from this thing, right? Settlement and artificial mummification of this culture in the Africa and this pretty much region here. So you can see what's going on. Obviously got connections from that distance, right? You can see what's going on here. So right there, this ancient culture across the seas in the areas of Chile. So you can see this culture here all the way across the seas, right? That's very important. So might have some interesting societies popping up over there. Maybe some mirror lands, right? Some lands mirrored over of the lands overseas, because that's what happens sometimes when people go overseas. They like to name the land after, what they know. That's just what happens sometimes. So you might see some places with some far places. So oldest mummies and stuff. Some very, very, very deep, interesting stuff on some of these finds. So these are obviously real finds and a real said protected culture from UNESCO, right? And I already talked about how they have connections to the Near East and whatnot, all the way in Peru and whatnot. So look what they say right here. As a Near Eastern professional, how the Sumerians got to Peru. So they saying that they got ties to Sumerians. That's what they're saying. They're letting you know that one that I just showed you wasn't just regular people. They were people that we know came from overseas because they had ties. They have ties to one of those things. Remember, we talk about some of their idols. Sometimes they take their idols, but they say their bull, like the Sumerian bull, right? They must have been by the areas of Sumer, because that same culture has culture connected, right? That culture in Peru, right? In Peru, that had Sumerian cuneiform writing. So they still had connections. They still had connections to the lands of the Levant. They still had connections to the lands of the Levant, though they went overseas. It's known that this was a Mesopotamian group that went overseas and brought their culture with them overseas, right? So this is something that is so important that, when looked at in this way of the exact way that I'm showing you, that the historicity and the movements of these individuals, it just makes a massive change of things. And you should see what they say. You should see what they say. They say Semitic, right? They say it has connections to Semitic roots and everything. They'll say that these things have obviously connections to people who had to leave somewhere close to the Levant, right? He's saying that, and obviously in contrast, right? Contrast that after that, however, are hugely controversial. The various claims have been made for African, they say Egyptians, Phoenicians, Israelites. They say even they must be Israelites that got over there. Romans, Arabs, Japanese, Chinese. So they try to say who could they be? Who could this people be that went overseas that we just seen to have a group had to be E1B1A, right? So very, very important when we're looking at some of these things and whatnot, right? So there's more stuff on them, right? They'll talk about things like the Olmecs, right? You can see that the Olmecs were Black Africans, or they'll say Egyptians right there. That you see Atlas, or how you say that, Atlas. I've already said it weird. Atlantis. I don't know why I could say that. Atlantis was actually in Libya. Wait, hold on. Wasn't we just, what you thought I was just showing you that for no reason? Why I was showing you E1B1A in the areas of the north of France that left from the areas of Libya? You thought I was showing you this little video at the top for no reason right here? He just said that it is possible that Atlantis, right? And the connection of all the movements of all these things and everything, right? Making totally perfect sense when you look at the whole picture, right? When it's writing all these things, right? Not with the Greeks and everything, that, right? How you say it? I don't know how you pronounce that. Where Black Africans, obviously the Olmecs and whatnot, but let's jump down where it says right here that that Atlantis was actually in Libya, right? That the Neo-Atlanteans founded settlements in Mexico. What? We're saying we're connecting the Libyans that we just remember, we were just watching that culture right here that left the lands of the Levant. Some had attacked people in the lands of Egypt, and they end up going over here. Now, I didn't show that it makes sense that they try to say that they were Ethiopian, or not Ethiopian, but Egyptians, because if you look at Egypt, right? If I just put on Egypt, we know that Egypt, just like how they went down there early and they start attacking people down there early, of course, that powerful group would rule in Egypt, right? E1B1B, E1B1A, and E1B1B rules in Egypt, in areas of Egypt, right? Right after, that's literally right after Abraham leaves, right? Some of Abraham's children end up getting on the throne in Egypt because they're powerful, and he ends up taking the throne right after the Exodus. This is literally after the Exodus. This time frame, take 2000 off of that, that's about 11 BC. Ramses got on the throne right after the Exodus. So shortly after the Exodus, he was a servant of the Pharaoh, a servant. That's important to understand. Look at the history. Ramses was a servant of the Pharaoh, rose to power, got on the throne, and became the new power established in Egypt. V38, early lineage of obviously of what you'll say a Egyptian. So it's connecting all these little pieces. All these little pieces are coming together. All these pieces are coming together. They're coming together. They're just slowly and gradually coming together. Let me make sure I put that again for Egypt. So you see that, you see where they came from. You see how these some other early lineages there. Let me go to some of the earliest. I'll just leave it like that just to make it clear. That yes, they do have ties to all those nations, all those claims. All of it's true, right? All of it's true. You might as well just walk around like, you know what, it's true. It was me. I was the one that was following the story the whole time. It's true. So that's what we're seeing. The whole picture of that just like what we just, one more time. We gotta hear that one more time, right? We gotta understand what just happened real fast, right? That Atlantis was actually in Libya. That Neo-Atlanteans founded settlements in Mexico, and much more. Much more. So that's what we were doing today. That's why it took so long putting all this historical pieces together, because it's matching the genetics and the exact place that is found. The culture is found there. Because you'll say, oh, well, that's super far away in a whole nother place of the world. But you know what they say? There are also gradual shifts of obviously movements of stuff, right? The result of evidence the result of evident being partly, obviously, let me just jump to the little piece right here to the understanding. 40 years ago, scholars who pointed to the similarity of Greek, then I point to that thing went over across the Greek area and northeastern mythologies were on the margin, right? Margin, or how you say that? If not the fringe, right? Now the question is how and why borrowing took place, not if it took place. The question isn't if the people from the Levant went over across to pretty much over where you see Atlantis, right? It's not, the question isn't if. It's not if this group all the way over here went across over here and then went over here and then went somehow across all the way over here. It's not if. He's not saying if. You know what he's saying? He's saying how and why. He's saying how and why did that happen? So that's why this whole thing was actually called, right, as a Near Eastern professional, how the Sumerians got to Peru. How about you ask that to someone who thinks they know about the Middle East? Ask them, how did a Sumerian get to Peru? Because we got evidence of it, and their genetics, that they're E1B1A, and they're Shemitic. They have connections to the Sumer people, and they got connections to some of the obviously cuneiformic, their writings, and that's going to be obviously from the lands of Sumer. So that's going to be very important just to take note of. That's why I showed you that real fast, because that is called pinpoint. So according obviously to that study of those mummies in that place, right, buried just beneath that sandy area and whatnot, is obviously that they were preserved. Whatnot, they was preserved. So just to show you that in complete picture, they go over it too on this, right? Talks about they're protected and whatnot, right? They were before the Egyptians. It says it was mummified 3,000 years before the Egyptians. Before the Egyptians started mummifying their mummies, they were doing it. These partial Sumerians that went across the seas, these were the ones that were doing it, right? You can see a little more, just to show a little piece of it, right? Here's where it talks about it.
And I always say, I let the rocks talk.
I let the rocks talk too. But here it is. Look, you can see where it got the connections going on.
And the northern Negev desert. The region was named after the biblical tribe of Judah, one of the lost tribes of Israel.
I know Judah was a lost tribe. I mean, it makes perfect sense that Judah was a lost tribe. Judah is a lost tribe, right? This is Zion that no man seeketh after. But here it is. Here it is, the full picture with the actual history and stuff. So this is a long video, but this talks about some of that stuff, right? You can see some of the writings right here.
There would have been an incentive at that time for Jewish people to emigrate, because if they stayed behind, they would have been nailed to a cross.
This is something more in the 1st century, right?
If you look at the inscription here, here's your photo of that Greek stone, and the style of the letters most closely matches that of the Jewish war coins of the 65 to 70 AD. The letter style matches almost perfectly. There would have been an incentive at that time for Jewish people to emigrate, because if they stayed behind, they would have been nailed to a cross or fed to the lions or enslaved.
So it's deep. I'm talking this little video. If you haven't seen it, it's just connecting those to those, and it's talk about from the land of obviously across the seas. It has ties to the Sumerians and the Jewish people. So it says developed by ancestors of the biblical Abraham. You see what's going on here, and it's talk about this is gonna be like overseas, right? This is what this is talking about, pretty much. Deep stuff. But let's keep on. Let's keep on keeping on, because that's what this was talking about with these E1As. Again, where is it? Right there in that culture, right there. That's a Semitic culture across the seas. That's a Semitic culture across the seas. Yes, it is Semitic. That's in lands of Chile, long time ago. And what's important, it has to be pinpoint this time frame in this time in its exact location. It has to be pinpoint this time frame in its exact location, right? Which this is what it is. Again, this is a UNESCO protected Semitic population that's gotten a lot of studies on it, right? See what's going on, obviously having culture, relationships and everything to other peoples and whatnot. You can see what's going on there. So you can see it. It's no doubt. It's a solid thing, and we found it. We're gonna bring it out. All right, let's bring it home to what we just did. So let me just see what we got here. Now let's connect some sources here. Let me show you some sources from this little video. I believe everything on this video, but these sources are heavy. These sources right here that this person pulls out right here are heavy. Let's read some with the lands of Punt. So this one's from African Glory, the story of the vanishing Negro civilizations, right? The prehistoric natives of Egypt, both in the Old and New Stone Age, was in African. And there is a very reason for saying that the earliest settlers came from the South, right? There are many things in the manner and custom and religion of the historic Egyptians, that is to say, of the workers on the land, that suggests that the original homeland of their prehistoric ancestors was a country in the neighboring neighborhood of Uganda and Punt. So very important. Remember, we already seen that 10,000 years ago. Natufians came down and started battling with people in the lands of Africa. No doubt they stretch around there. Of course, they'll feel like if they fought there for like 1,000 years or 100 years, even 10 years, a generation rise up and probably think that's where they always been. They always lived there. Look at this one. This one is from The Fracture in Life by A.F. Brian Card-Real. This one's really interesting. I'm just going to leave it like this. This proves that they had bronze gear. This is like Neolithic. This means by the transition of the Neolithic and Iron Age, because copper, Neolithic. So when you think copper, think the same thing, but not. They went into into Africa, with copper, and start winning in Africa with iron. That's why the Bantus expand so fast, because they were battling people with sticks and stones. Not that they were not developed, but some did know how to make iron, like the Bantus that were from the north. Who they learned that from? They learned that from the people in the north. It is doubtful that Egypt could satisfy her lust for copper locally, right? Obviously, they wanted to move more into areas. They say they made a expedition to they say fabled land of Punt, right? A lot of times you'll see that they'll say Punt is fabled, but our knowledge of Punt is slight. That's probably why you think it's fabled, because you don't know much about it. It has long been suggested that Punt was somewhere on the Horn of Africa and was reached by a sea journey along the Red Sea, right? It is, right? You go in Yemen and you'll go through Punt, because Punt sits on the edge of Yemen and is in a corner of Africa. It's actually in two continents, connecting two continents. However, right, it just talks about Punt. Just talks about it basically will be down the White Nile and everything. So some very, very interesting sources he has on this thing. I just want to read those too. I thought that was interesting how it just talks about Punt. Punt is one of those ones you don't talk about. If you don't know, the Blue Nile, just going to show it right here. I don't know why I make this clear, but the Blue Nile is going to be pretty much beautiful. That's where, right, the Nile River. Look how beautiful this place is. That's apparently Eden. I mean, how bad? It's going from Eden. It's one of the rivers of Eden. This is one of the rivers of Eden. Doesn't it look like one of the rivers of Eden? That it looks like one of the rivers of Eden when you start looking at this place. This place is amazing looking. This place is amazing looking. I wouldn't mind living there. You know what? Take me back to Africa. If I'm from Africa, let's go. Let's go. Let's to that river right there. Let's develop. Let's build a society right there, because it looks great. To me, I don't see a problem with this area at all. I don't see a problem with this area at all to say that, well, I wouldn't want to live there, right? It just needs some people establishing themselves there. But that's so, look at that waterfall. I could be right there and I'll be just fine. I like this is great, because that is the river of Eden. That river and it looks like it, looks just like it, right? Very beautiful, very, very beautiful, massive river. Looks very, very well established. So that's what we was looking at. So real quick, what were we looking at today? I wanted to show you from the Akkadian time frame, right? From the time of the Akkadians to the time of the rise of the third dynasty of Ur to the first time of Babylon, where Abraham leaves, where the right here about the transition, this area, when Abraham leaves Ur, when he leaves Ur, sorry, with its own, he leaves Ur, right? And he goes, his relatives go all over. His relatives go all so many different places. Is amazing when you connect the culture to the actual findings and everything, and you can find out that this is a Semitic culture that is moving about. It's not just a African culture. It's not just a culture that has no history. It has deep history. They're not all slaves. Not all slaves are just moving around, because a lot of times when they find them in places they don't want to find them, they say, oh, they were slaves. They were just slaves that came from Africa. But no, this is BC time frame. This is ancient time frame moving about with the same cultures, right? Connecting to their ancient origin. So I wanted to show you that time frame when they come out, exactly the exact time frame, the pinpoint accurate time frame. So that time frame is about that show was about here. So about that time frame was we were showing all that was the complete press of the oil of the history. So now I want to before we end this, I want you to know about the Hittites. Why did the Shemites leave this area? Why did they leave this area? Well, let me just quickly show you a snapshot of who came there, and I'll show you that the Japhanites took that area, and we know they're Japhanites because if you follow the culture practices, you can find out what's in the culture. Because a lot of times, when they see certain groups, they'll say they must have been this, they must have been that. But take a look at this. You can see right here in these areas, right in the lands of the Hittites, right here, we got J2 coming in there, because J2, I, H, and C, these are Indo-European lineages with the R to that R group. Powerful, super powerful line that grows, that R lineage. You can see it in the north right there. Right there, the R1 lineages. They're super powerful. With the Q lineage, they become kind of powerful in that time. They become Mongols and stuff. They were very powerful lineages that's up there. Those lineages from pretty much P, they're very powerful lineages. They're like the Natufian. The Natufian are super powerful too, the E lineages. These E lineages, right, this one right here, Mesolithic time frame. That's the Mesolithic time frame. So notice that I was showing you that these had connections in this little area. That's why I was showing you that little video right here. This little video up here, right? Talking about how the Greeks, and there was a mysterious person, a mysterious society. They didn't even know who he was or what he had connections with. But he was connecting with the Hittites. Well, what's interesting about the Hittites, if you know, you're a blessed generation, because for a minute, people didn't even know the history of the Hittites. Let me show you that for a long time, if you don't know, they didn't even know the history of the Hittites. In fact, they thought that it wasn't even known. They thought that it wasn't even known, the information of the Hittites. They thought it was something that was hidden and not known at all. Let me show real fast what I mean. So the Hittites had a treaty. We know that later on that we got. But let me actually show that. I have a little video, I think. My thing had refreshed, so it probably lost it. But I'll show you it if I don't have it on here. Yeah. Let me just show you. So if you don't know, pretty much the Hittites, what happened with the Hittites is that they basically just recently discovered it in the 90s, right? They recently just discovered it in the 90s. Maybe I got one of these I'll show real fast on here. right here. Watch this. Watch what it says about these Hittites.
It seems to have been an attempt to help unify the empire.
I'm going to go over here.
The name Hittites has come down to us from the oldest stories in the Bible, where they appear as a ferocious tribe from the fringes of the Holy Land.
All right, I'll probably do a live. I'll do a separate live on the Hittites and just express that when the Bible was saying they were Hittites, did you know they were calling the Bible a lie? Because the Bible was saying they were Hittites and they didn't even know they were Hittites. I'm dead serious. They really didn't know that they were Hittites and they were calling the Bible a lie. Let me try to find this. I'm gonna show you this little video real fast. I'm gonna try to point it out to you on here. See if I can find it. Here it is. All right, watch this. Watch this. I just want to show you a quick highlight.
Name of the Hindu god
In
Brahma,
1906,
who is the several other
was doing some
important Hindu gods.
excavation in the Turkish city of Baghdad's coin, the Hittite tablets. For many years, people made fun of the biblical text and said it mentioned people and places that never did exist. One of those groups was the nation of the Hittites. But in 1906, Hugo Winkler was doing some excavation in the Turkish city of Baghdad's Koy. There he uncovered 10,000 clay tablets that documented the history of the Hittite nation, and they discovered that that area was the capital of the Hittite nation. In Joshua chapter 11, we read about the Canaanites in the east and the west, and the Amorite and the Hittite. In 1906, Hugo Winkler discovered the Hittite nation that the Bible had mentioned some 3,000 years before. The Bible is the most historically accurate book ever penned.
I agree. I think the Bible is the most historically accurate book that's ever been on this earth, family. I think the Bible is one of the most accurate books that ever existed. I can't waste my time on games. We got to get deep into these sources. But this is why I wanted to show you this, because yes, I'm gonna show you how what they said when they did find the Hittites and everything. I'm gonna show you that part on here, right about here-ish. Let me make sure I get the exact spot. It's right after this one scene. Sometimes I timestamp this thing. This one I didn't. I know it. Where's that right here?
Because it's the last known monument to be constructed by the people.
This is going to talk about how they know that when they found the evidence of the Hittites, it was after the Hittites were destroyed. And you know who destroyed them? It was probably some people from the north that came down and destroyed them. And that's just important to know about the Hittites. Let me point that out, right? That's what it said about the Hittites. Is highly known, right? They'll talk about some people who are Indo-European, basically came down into the area of the Hittites and basically conquered the area of the Hittites. Here it says right here, talks about the Hittites. Obviously, we know the Hittites was Canaanites. That's why when you think Heth, don't just think Hamite. Heth might have been a mixed person. That's why I say the children of Heth might have been the Amorites. The Amorites were a mixed company, people that came down, changed. They obviously the haplogroup A, the Hamites, when it first started, the whole world was ruled by Hamites. Then all of a sudden it changed, and it was still named off of the Hamites, right? You'll have nations called the Hittites, and pretty much nations like Canaanites and the connection with the Egyptians, but it's a nation that was replaced. It was a nation that was replaced. In fact, right here, after 2000 BC, 2200 BC, they were overrun by an Indo-European-speaking people from the north who became the ruling class, and the two cultures intermingled. So you see what's going on there? That's very important. That's why a lot of people who talk about the Hittites, they know that they're European. Most people who talk on the Hittites, they already know that the Hittites are European. And those same European made deals with the Indo-European Mitanni, right? This is just for the sake of truth, right? Understand that they was all mixed together in the upper areas. One more piece I want to show you here. I'm going to show you one more thing right here. Well, let me let this play first, and then I'll show you.
People of Hattusha.
What have we got here? We're in the rock sanctuary built by Hattusha-III's grandson, the last Hittite king.
Does this mean the empire was in a state of decline?
Well, we know that the empire fell during the reign of Hattusha-II's grandson.
From the inscriptions within this chamber, archaeologists believe the Hittite Empire came to an abrupt end 3 decades after Hattusili's reign. To uncover more clues about why Hattusili's grandson was the last Hittite king, Julian Bennett takes Tessa Dunlap to an almost invisible inscription called Nishantash.
What exactly is Nishantash?
Nishantash is a Turkish word. It means the marked stone, and this is the marked stone here.
So for those who can actually decipher it, what does it say?
Well, the inscription actually reads right to left.
So you heard what he just said? He said the inscription reads right to left. Why is that important that it reads right to left? What goes right to left? Indo-European languages, right? For example, English. If you write down, you start on the right and you write to the left, right? It reads right to left is what he's saying there. That's an Indo-European style because Shemitic actually reads left to right. So you start on the right side and you pretty much work yourself. Well, you start on the left side and you work yourself right, pretty much. Sounds weird, but that's pretty much, it's twisted. But that's how we know they were Indo-European because their language root a different way and it was Indo-European, pretty much.
And it tells us about the victories or various conquests of the grandson of Hattusili.
But many of the battles listed at Nishantash are not conquests enlarging the empire, but what appear to be civil wars within it. Hattusili's heirs were struggling to hold the empire together. Further evidence for how the end came to Hattusha is being pursued by Jesse Karp. He's with Elif Donnell, standing amid the ruins of the Royal Archives.
The roof to collapse and bake the entire structure. We have evidence for that. This is a piece of burnt mud brick from the walls of this building.
So essentially, if the roof collapsed, you build up lots of heat. It's like a kiln.
Exactly.
Does the fact that the tablets were preserved and left behind give us any indication of how the city might have come to an end or why people were leaving?
We know that this fire happened right around the time of abandonment. Whether it happened right before or right after is not quite clear yet.
Not just the archives, but the whole of Hattusili's glorious palace and many other buildings were consumed in a great fire that swept through the city.
So just to kind of make it clear, if you never heard how the Hittites fell, they basically destroyed themselves. They might have destroyed themselves or they might have been invaded by that Indo-European group again and was burned pretty much down. All of it. The whole thing was burned down. So very, very, very interesting stuff that's happening in the world that we're seeing. So very, very, very deep stuff. Very, very deep. So you can see it. That's why this information is here, because the finds of the Hittites, yes, the Bible, God, the Most High already rooted down that he wanted you to know this stuff, and the world didn't know it. The Hittite, this information was hidden. It was hidden. But the Most High rooted down as almost like a final prophecy to let you know that he already root the truth down, that the truth is true, and that it came to pass exactly as he said. Exactly as he said. So very, very important stuff. All right, so now let me show you one more piece. Now I'm gonna get to that last little thing I wanted to show you. Right over here on this little thing, right here, and we're gonna do one more thing. So this is just pretty much some ancient fossils. This is just really, really long time ago, and pretty much just to get a quick understanding, so you can see it's gonna basically talk about some connections that will be connected throughout this whole area. But this is what happened, right? Who it has connections with It'll say right here from the Iraqi area culture, from the area of the Iraqi and Iran culture, right? Iran, Iraqi, right? Get a good understanding on these cultures right here. And also in the Caucasian connections to Anatolia, right? The Caucasian Anatolian area of pretty much this culture, right? It's going to let you know that this culture, right, is going to have some connections to the east and south, as well as the Levantan Natufian. So remember, Levantan Natufian. E1B1 makes E1B1A, right? So you can see what's going on there. Very, very important to understand when it's talk about is having connection in all these little areas. So obviously the upper areas, these upper areas have connections of the Natufian, these areas and these areas. So they're going to have connections of the Natufians in these different areas. The reason why I want to show you that, because remember, we were just talking about that paper from Iran. Let's talk about those too. The ones from Hatu Cave, right? From the Belt Cave, you if you know, we already went over it, right? Those are the ones that we were talking about. Obviously, they're going to have your Indo-European lineages around there. Said 9,000 years ago, those are going to be the Indo-European lineages. We know because IJK is one, right? But let you know that indeed, that culture has ties to even the Tufians. So just to let you know that culture, right? Remember I said the Tufians in these areas, and even in connection of, because some people want to say E1B1A has no connections to the Tufian, but remember that Turkestan and that Belt Cave and Hatu, right? If I go back to that paper that is on this little thing here, once it loads up, which it should be now, I'm going to go down. In fact, not on that one, right? On here, you can see what were we finding evidence for before, right? Remember we was talking about that E1B1A in the Mesolithic Iran. Show me a Mesolithic E1B1A in Africa, right? There is none. There is none. But this one is one from the Belt Cave. This is a study that we was talking about, the Hatu man. Remember that? This is the E1B1A that we was talking about in this area, right? You know why they didn't want it? Because it was too perfect. That's why they didn't want it. They didn't want it to be what it was, because as we said, Elamites were Shemites, and they had connection to a lot of these areas. That's why the Hatu man and the Belt Cave individuals were E1B1A. That's the one that I was showing on that paper. That's from a real genetic report, that you can see the E1B1A right there, all the way in that corner right there, that one, and this one, right? With the mtDNA, just to show that they are not going to be native to that area, is in Iran. So Iran, Belt Cave, right? Mesolithic, right? I believe it right there. Makes perfect sense because we find them in places and with their Shemitic relations. So right there, Iran, BMAC culture. That's the one that we found that we linked. Remember, we linked that with the history, right? We matched it with the historicity. That's what we did when we matched the BMAC culture with the Elamites and the in-betweens that was going on there. So you can see that has ties to this culture that was over here and goes to these and other places and whatnot. But that culture, right, in these areas obviously have connections to Natufians. So that's very important to see. So it's very important to see. You can see other people break that down and let you know that as well, right? Because E1B1A is not in Africa Mesolithic time frame, right? What was the oldest Indo-European language? What was the oldest Indo-European language? You know what? We'll do a live. We'll do a direct live on the oldest Indo-European origins. We'll do that. We'll do an origin live on Japheth, and we'll just like make it focus on just the whole line of Japheth, just where he starts and where he comes from. We did a little piece by piece live on it, but the oldest Indo-European language is like Nordic. That's like one of the oldest Indo-European, like Viking languages, ancient Viking languages that I haplogroups had. I haplogroups had an ancient Viking language long time ago in far places like Nordic. But it's such a diverse branch, right? Because when the Most High divided all the people, Japheth was already large and it had a lot of branches. The oldest language would be like Sumerian, because people in the Levant, when like Nimrod, he would have spoke the original language. Nimrod would have spoke the original language at first, and then the diversion happened. Then he would have different languages. So in a way, it would be multiple languages starting at the same time for the division of languages. But that's what we have today. So let's summarize it now. Let's summarize. I'll put a bunch of stuff in the description one more time. You can see. I meant to also put these in a row. Next time I'll put these in a row. I meant to do this thing, but we didn't do this thing because all the history and stuff had me distracted. Maybe we'll just do a shotgun video, maybe like a quick 10-minute, 20-minute lay it all down. So that's what I was showing you, that Joshua said his family was on the other side of the Euphrates. We even proved that before he went into Africa, it went overseas. So that's still on the other side of the Euphrates. He didn't go down the Euphrates yet. And we also know that the E lineage was also in the north, right? You can't find an E1B1A in the Mesolithic time frame. You cannot find an E1B1A in the Paleolithic time frame, because we know that they were one together. So that's very important. If someone thinks they can find it, a Mesolithic or Paleolithic E1B1A in Africa, prove it, show it, prove it. There's none, right? So E1B1A was outside of Africa. We even know that some of the Natufians, which had E1B1B and E1B1 before E1B1A was born, we know that one was actually outside of Africa before that time. And how do we know that is what it is? I might as well play this video just for the sake, right? Let's hear what a geneticist says.
Two called E1B1.
Let's hear what a geneticist says about these things, whatnot, right? We already did a video on this.
Two quotes from Genesis. For example, here we talking about this from Ancient Origins. You can see what it said here on Ancient Origins. It'll tell you right here. I hope the screen is showing. You can see this individual would be Dr. Aaron Elhak. He actually makes a conclusion, and he says, as I had talked about before, that E1B1 are typically the Israelites, right? Now, there's a video that came out just recently by another geneticist, and this is a really interesting geneticist. I keep watch of him. He was talking on ancient origins and things like that. But I want you to hear what he says. It's really interesting.
So I think E is probably more likely to be Afro-Asiatic, and they had high frequencies in Arabians, Syrians, and Israelites.
Okay. All right.
Wait, you mean E1B1A or E1B1B when you say that?
You know, I don't know all of those off the top of my head. Also, when you go back far enough, you're not going to get those divisions because it's you're going up the tree, so it will converge, right? So it would be E1B1 star at some point, and I don't know.
So he makes a conclusion.
So you heard what he just said? What did he say that those were? E1B1 star. So he's saying that E1B1A was a P2. E1B1A was a P2 before it became an E1B1A. So that's very important. So E1B1A was a P2. So that means you have to find a P2 fossil and show what that one was. So P2, the only P2 we have is in the Natufian time frame. So that automatically, by default, makes E1B1A Levantan. So that is a very important fact. So again, of course, the Most High had a river from his holy Eden go down into Ethiopia, right? And the name of the second river was Gihon. The same is it that compassed the whole land of Ethiopia. So you see what's going on there. So now let's bring this home. So what did we just learn today? What we just learned is that there are some people with ancient Neanderthal admixtures in them, and that they don't really do much. The Neanderthal admixtures don't really do much, right? We had talked about that before on this, right? Just to point out one more time again on this, right? So while we know it's interesting to find that DNA and everything in people, right? But having more or less DNA, right, in common with Arctic humans says nothing about how evolved a person is. So don't use that eugenic idea if someone has that in them. That's not the reason why, but it will give a kind of a separation, understanding of how that group came about, right? I already showed J has the exact same Neanderthal mixture as R. So J and R is related, and they mixed at the same time when its parent lineage, F-M89, mixed a long time ago. Having more or less DNA in common with pretty much Neanderthals or all that stuff doesn't really like make a big difference, right? Nor does it give any indication of strength or intelligence, right? So very important, but it lets you know if you can know about that. But we did find a paper that apparently when COVID-19 came out, they found out that some reason people with different amounts of Neanderthal in them get affected by COVID differently, and which is really interesting. And I have never heard about, but I did find a interesting paper on that. Apparently, the Neanderthal mix in peoples makes a difference when it comes to pretty much COVID, right? Just talks about in conclusion, when it talks about these things, it says, in conclusion, we find that classification into high and low COVID risk is extremely error prone in non-European populations. Pretty much to talk about the risk variance and probabilities in Europeans, right? I'll show a quick highlight from it when I'll talk about highest, right? We talk about that higher and risk, which ones had higher risk and everything. And we talk about which ones are higher and lower. You can see right here, most South Asian haplotypes does have lower risk probability than European haplotypes. So even you apparently they have a little less, the Asians have a little less. So it's an interesting little thing where it talks about, you know, the Neanderthal mixtures, where it talks about the major genetic risk factor for severe COVID-19 is inherited from Neanderthals. What in the world? So I just wanted to show you that real fast. I thought that was interesting. But obviously, also understand that some people don't have any Neanderthal in them. Mostly like the ones they say are the Africans, that Natufian don't have Neanderthals, that early Natufian. We talked about it before. They don't really have Neanderthal. Some have it. Some have it, but some don't. Some have it, some don't. Just to say that a little clear. It's like a ghost population they have. And we know that they were stationed around this area, right? And we know that a lot of the people were destroying giants, right? If you look in the Bible, they were fighting giants, stuff like that, right? Very important, right? Genesis, we know that obviously Africa's not cut off. There's a deep, rich history inside Africa and other places. Sometimes you gotta look pinpoint on stuff, right? We know that, right? We was talking about how the world became violent, right? We talked about how those places that were becoming violent, but we know that some places have ties with other places, right? This one, I'm just going to scroll down and talk about each one of these highlights that we were talking about, right? We were talking about how the Mesopotamia had connections with animals, right? We know they have connections with animals. We know they have connections with people. We know that the people have connections with each other. We know that they were fighting with each other. We know that there was apparently a graveyard found 10,000 years ago where they were slaying, killing people, right, and whatnot. So pretty crazy what was happening. We know that there was a lot of different violence around the Nile and everything, and some of the Qadar culture that happened around there, an ancient massacre that was happening in Africa, 10,000 BC. So we know that there was a fight in Africa, and we talked about that. That was a replacement, right? That was a replacement in Africa and the lands of Africa. I might as well quickly, before taking off, just read what it says on like E1B1A. How do we know that they did replace in Africa, right? How do we know that they did replace, right? there's a lot of places with the information right on it. I'll go to Wiki because that one types it right out from the study right here. So, and that's why, let me see right here. That's why it will tell you right here. Watch what it says here. According to the study from 2010, 2005, 2007, right? They found out this, right? Apparently in South Africa and East Africa, right? Replacing the previous haplogroup frequencies in these areas with the now dominant, right? Because E1B1A is not found in the Neolithic or Mesolithic in Africa. Very important. I keep stressing that and saying that because it's true. Right? Traces of earlier inhabitants, however, can be observed today in these regions via the presence of Y DNA haplogroups, A1A, all the A and B groups, pretty much. Those are more native to Africa, A and B groups. But before, let me see. I'm gonna touch on that. What's that? I don't know. Mandeans. We'll get on that afterwards. All right, so that's important. So replacement did happen. So very important. And this book, I was talking about who are Shemites, right? We already talked about that. Who are the Shemites? Even the ones that we have documented right here in 18 BC, which is the time Abraham comes out, and the Arabians, soon as he comes out, records that the Jotanites, who are Abraham's relatives, older relatives, Shemites, they go pretty much and they take Abyssinia, right? So we know that a Jotanite stock from Yemen migrated into Africa and established themselves in Abyssinia, Africa, and continued there for 6 centuries or more. So they stayed there for a long time. So if you want to find out where did the Shemites go by Abraham's time, you sure better find them in the Bronze Age in Africa. So that's very important, even earlier than that in Africa. So that's going to give you some understanding, because a lot of times when people think Africa, they think it's a separate world from the Levant, but it's really not that far from it. Not far at all. And we already talked about, right, Abyssinians, right? We know that Arabs, no doubt, as soon as you hear the word Arab, you should know that's a Shemite, right? They're a son of Shem, a Semitic person, right? Therefore, even Babylonians, Assyrians, the Hebrews, the Phoenicians, some Phoenicians, Arameans, I'll probably say that weird, and Abyssinians, right? And Sabaeans and the Arabs, obviously. They're going to be obviously of the Semitic Shemite family. So very important to understand that they have connections to a lot of these things. And just like how we went over a lot of the information, when we think about Eber, which is going to be the E1B1 lines, begat Jotanite and Peleg. That's why you got 2 sides, right? You got older E1B1As, older E1B1Bs, because those are before Abraham, way before Abraham. They're going to be older lines that are going to be moving about, but they go into Africa. And then obviously you see Elam. Elam is also important to note because we do have the D groups that's going to be around there, but Elam also has ties to some of the E groups. And that's where we find out E1B1A. In the transition of the time frame, just like we see when we think about the Chaldeans, right, from the time frame of the area of Ur, transitioning when Elam take control of it, and then that E1B1A comes down and sweeps through, right? Very important. It lets us know that Abram is a Hebrew, right? He speaks Hebrew. It's very important. Get a little understanding on these things, right? Get a little understanding. So Africa, it's a lot of things going on in Africa, right? You even see a long time ago, there was a lot of connections to the areas of Africa, right? That the Shemites moving there. We talked about how Moses got with an Ethiopian who was a Midianite, the new complete writings of Flavius Josephus. And we know those Midianites went down there because the new complete writings of Flavius Josephus, book 1, chapter 15, right? And then right here, you can see we already talked about that battle happening and everything up there. And then we already know, remember how I said about some of the information of those Africans? Again, the African admixture was not found in certain places like Mesolithic area of this area that I was talking about, which is just talking about pretty much right here. I call it the Horn of Europe because we got this little thing. So They're not found in this little area. So they're not going to be found in that little area, they say, until, let me actually point that out, until, right? But show up at high frequency, 6 to 10% in the late Neolithic time frame. So they move. So they know that all of a sudden, from a transition of time, it increases. Just before the Proto-Indo-European invasion with the corded ware culture. And that's what we found the L3 in that corded ware. We found an L3 in the corded ware. So they say before the Indo-European invasion, E went up there first. From that 7,000-year-old E1B1Bs that were moving around. Even in France, right? Right there, you can see moving. What does it say? You can see the oldest ones in Europe were found in Sicily and southern Portugal and dated from 7,000 BC. The Atlantic, remember the Atlantics, from Atlantis went across the seas, right? Atlantis megalithic culture really started with the advent of farming and would have spread from Iberia to France, right? We've seen that in France, right? That's why he's talking about those E lineages and whatnot, right? You gotta know the monophyletic families, right? We already talked about that. Which families are monophyletic, one tribe? Which ones are one tribe? So very interesting when noting these things. Close that. So obviously getting a good understanding that indeed, like we said, if anyone tries to pull, I already talked about it when I went over Benayah's Israel's DNA, and I showed you that the Iberasians are not actually African because of the mtDNA and because of the way of their migration. So even right here on these two parts, you see as far as mtDNA is concerned, right? Both Omen, which is actually the one in Arabia, Omen BA samples taken together point to a common H2A2A, right? So that's from the areas of Arabia. This haplogroup is found much earlier in an Iberasian individual, and basically what you see right here, 2000 BC. And it is also found later overall in Europe. So it's saying that though it's found in that Iberasian in Africa, is actually that mtDNA is actually from Europe, even though it's found that old Iberasian in Africa is actually from Europe. And it is found overall later in Europe after the Neolithic expansion. And right here, another one, about 2/3 of the Iberasian DNA was related, right? Very important, to populations from the Levant. Let you know that the Iberasian had connections to the Levant, the region on the eastern coast of the Mediterranean Sea, north of the Arabian Peninsula, south of Turkey. So it's saying it's even right in the Levant, right? It includes Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, obviously the Palestinian territory, and Syria. You see what's going on there? It's getting a good amount of understanding on these things. And then obviously you can see Ishmael Arabs. You can see what we're seeing here from these family trees. That's why I was looking at Abraham. And very important to understand, right? I also wanted to, I'm going to lay down that we do find evidence of Israelites in the Levant Iron Age before we end this, just to make that last summary, right? That one should be pretty fast. That's just extra. That's history on the Exodus. Going down a little bit, that's from a study from a different Egyptologist. Here I'm not gonna play the video, but I'm gonna quickly summarize the video. So here was all the way from the beginning of the Akkadians, and we seen all the way to pretty much their decrease and their fall. So they fell to the Gutians, right? And once the Gutians were there, what do we know? We know that the land basically went through a time when another dynasty rise, of the third dynasty, right? And then what happened? That third dynasty must have did something. Elam came down and basically invaded, crushed in on them, invaded. Elam invaded, and then all of a sudden we get, when Elam invaded, the Amorites, the Gutians, all other nations, a lot of Indo-European nations went berserk. And because Elam took this area, because who was here, they would control these ones. They were out of control. Elam only had this area. These ones were basically running rampant. So someone from Mari came came down on them and basically conquered these areas again. So it was like a lot of transitions that happened. Different kingdoms took over. And you can see this one rises up in this area. Elam's still back there, still it's not like defeated or anything. But this is when this time frame is when the transition happens, right? About this time frame, the transition is about to happen in this kingdom because these two Sumerian powers are going at it. One's Sumerian, one's Akkadian. So that's very important with this one. What I was showing that one's Akkadian, and one's Sumerian, and they're going at it. And we obviously pointed out the time frame, exact time frame when we expect Abram to settle in the Levant, right? Have his rest and everything. He obviously walked the earth, and he wasn't alone. He was a powerful man and had a powerful army. And also you can see the Bantu migration origin. We already know that the Bantus are Iron Age, Neolithic transition. Just to show this one quickly.
So, according to Eldad Hadani, or exiles, let's say, they didn't immigrate; they were exiles into Africa. So the second oral tradition or theory was by a professor, at least it's shared by Professor Dirk Lang. Professor Dr. Emeritus of Beirut University in Germany has performed extensive research concerning many West African groups and their origins in the Near East. In the abstract to one of his many essays, Dirk Lang, Origin of the Yoruba and the Lost Tribes of Israel, Dirk confirms the traditions of a Levantine or Israelite origin of the Yoruba Nigerians. According to Oyo Yoruba tradition, so this is the second one, the ancestral Yoruba saw the Assyrian conquest of the Israelite kingdom from the 9th and the 8th century BC from the perspective of the Israelites. After the fall of Samaria in 722 BC, they were deported to eastern Syria and adopted the ruling Assyrian kings as their own. The Great Migration of Refugees from the collapsing Assyrian Empire, 605 BC, according to Yoruba tradition. And according to Dirk Lang, in this particular scenario, the Yoruba came out of the Assyrian territory. So they were part of the first migration. Okay, and some of it's very possible, like the sons of Ephraim, they went to claim that they ended up in Morocco. And that's very likely as well. Okay. And parts of the Yoruba clan actually follow this migration route here, whereas sons of Ephraim followed the route through Algeria into Morocco.
So real quick, so what he's showing here is that there already was professionals that did study that some of the people in Africa must have ties to these ones. I did a study when I showed that even the animals, the pastoral animals, the haplogroup, the exact haplogroup, the exact haplogroup of the animals that were here moved into Africa. We know that the exact haplogroup that was in this area is in Africa. I'll put that video in the description of the movement of the pastoralists afterwards. But notice that it's talk about the Assyrian time frame. Do you think that in the land of Assyrian that would be Afro-Asiatics or something that's connected to those Negroes in the lands of Israel? Let me show you something that I wanted to show some of the brethren a little earlier for some things. When not, let me show something on here if I can. I'm not sure. Think about where is that. Right here. All right, let me show you something real fast. All right. So let me show something on here. All right. So check this out. All right, siege of Lachish, right? Relief at the British Museum, right? If you know, this is the siege that happened to the Israelites by the Assyrians, right? This was just what it was just talking about by the Assyrians. We know that the Assyrians were laying siege to the Israelites, and we know that they had took a lot of them So this detailedly describes what happened to those Negroid Israelites that you see there. That's being basically taken by Sennacherib, right? Very important. And the reason also why I'm showing this is because we're going to be touching on the book of Isaiah. That's going to be touching on these things and everything. So a lot of information, what happened, right? A lot of destruction. You can see their hair, but a lot of bad things are happening in that time. A lot of bad things. But we do see the people, right, leaving their home, right? They're being destroyed. And it wasn't even there that long. They wasn't in the, that's the thing about this society. We shouldn't expect to like find a major, large group of them. They were so tiny, they were small. And they were being attacked by all over because they were a set apart people and they had to be set apart. They couldn't be like all the other nations. They had to be set apart and special, right? Because that's what they were. So the Linquish, I've probably said that, Linquish inscriptions, right? Those ones that we talk about from the British Museum. Now let's take a look at what their facial features look like. Facial image of biblical Jews from Israel. From Israel, right? Facial features from biblical Jews from Israel. I probably already had the highlight on this. Watch what it says here. Based on its facial reconstruction, the male skull may have belonged to the large Mediterranean group that inhabited this area from historic modern times, right? The female skull also inhabited all the Mediterranean features, but in addition, probably some, what do you say, African mixture, right? Says they found a female there with some African mixture, they say, right? Manifest by the shape of the reconstruction of the nose and basically what they see by the face, putting those things together. So they're basically saying by the phenotype, by the face, by the looking at putting this together, they found out that the people, when they reconstruct the people of the biblical Jews, they find out that they have some Negroid features. There was some genetic companies that did this same study, right? Facial image of biblical Jews from Israel, right? They obviously found the same thing, right? They found out what with the women, right? When they took the woman's skull, they found out the female skull inhabited Mediterranean features and obviously an African mixture, right? So very important, obviously with the nose, right? That's something you can't mistake, the nose. So a little more. Here's one from Sander L. Gelman in the late 1980s. And did you know the 1980s, that's when they brought out eugenics? 1980s, remember that. Scholars often assert that a strong European tradition dating back to the Middle Ages maintain that the Jews were black or at least swarthy. So he's saying, wait a second. He's saying in the Middle Ages, they knew that the Jews were black or at least swarthy, right? What happened? And finds sharp expression in modern anti-Semitic literature, right? Oh, really interesting, right? And it says right here from Med from 2003 that in medieval literature, a theory prevailed in which the Jews were part of the black race or were at least dark-skinned, or that the general look of the Jews were considered to be like the blacks, right? See what they're saying there? That's kind of interesting, right? So black Jewishness thesis revisited, right? Getting some understanding on some of these things, right? Deep, very deep stuff, right? Get a little bit on them, right? So, and we know that those are the ones that we found. And notice what it says here. The exact dimensions on modern, ancient comparison Israelite fossils, just very important. What I'm gonna quote it. The same variability occurs in other finds, but the skulls of most of the Sephardim or Spanish and Portuguese Jews are doicosophatic. So what kind of shape is doicosophatic? Is that in the Ashkenazim today? And a lot of people would say, well, you know, black people have different, they don't only have doicosophatic. Well, not all black people are E1B1B, right? I'm not E1B1B. But some of the brothers that I know are E1B1B, right? It's very interesting to examine this truth, to see that the world that we live in is indeed topsy-turvy, and that you find some interesting things. So talk about the Hebrew skull. So they obviously looking at the ancient Hebrew skull. So they know that the Sephardic Jews are doikosophatic, have doikosophatic skulls. So that's very important to know. Also, we know that the transition of the E1B1B came there very early. Some even went into Spain fairly early, right? They went into the areas of Spain. Obviously, at that exile that happened there with the Assyrians, right? With Sennacherib. Sennacherib came at the Israelites and basically scattered them into all nations. So very important. All right. This just talks about this is an E1B1A. There's some E1B1A movements that moved into pretty much the north, right? Don't know why they end up moving from where they were at this time, but they did. They made some movements, and we know that they are found in pretty much Spain, right? This is from the areas of the mixing of Iron Age, Bronze Age, whatnot. So they go into the areas of Spain, whatnot, to get a little understanding, right? In the past 2,000 years. So they do make some movements. They do make some movements into the areas of Spain and whatnot. That's what this little thing is right here, just to show it. So they do make some little ancient movements in there. So genomic history of Iberian Peninsula over the past 8,000 years. So yes, E1B1A at some point makes some movements into Spain, right? That's important. Go back over here, read a little more into it. Some, though very few, in the last mentioned series are African origin, right? What do you mean? What do you talk about? Because they talk about the craniomatrix, the study of Jewish skulls, right? This is the study of ancient Jewish skulls. And what they study by taking some of the Jews and find out what they have and whatnot. They know that when they look at some of their skulls, they know this. Some, though very few, in the last mentioned series are of African origin. So very important to understand, right? But that's more looking, you got to look at that carefully. They're more reading that to modern times, right? Here's an interesting little paper right here. This one I already went over, right? This one just talks about, remember that female feature, this female skulls, right? Having some African mixture in her, right? Because the shape of the nose and facial features, whatnot. Some interesting stuff on that one, right? And remember, we seen that it said that, yeah, some of the Sephardic, a lot of Sephardic Jews, right? Some variants occurred, but we know that, but the skulls of most of the Sephardim or Spanish and the Portuguese Jews are doikosophatic. So that's very important. Doikosophatic, long skull, doikosophatic. You can see right here, doikosophatic is negroid, right? Doikosophatic, according to, let me open this real fast. Doikosophatic, according to how you say that, Zeus, was the distinctive carnal feature of the earliest inhabitant of Europe. So they say, so this is what gets really interesting. They say that some of the earliest inhabitants of Europe had doikosophatic heads. What? Obviously, of course, because we do find a lot of different people in Europe that had darker skin and had mtDNAs of Indo-European mtDNAs. Like Cheddar Man was darker skinned, but he had a European mtDNA and stuff like that. So people were darker skinned, but these ones were naturally like that. These ones naturally rulers of the north. But it says that a lot of the earliest inhabitants of Europe had that doikosophatic. Today, it is characteristic of the Negroid race. So it is a characteristic of the Negroid race, right? Of the ones that you see right here, because it's not just Negroids in Africa. Obviously, they're in many places, Australia's, right? All over, right? You can see obviously having some that are being in Africa. So he's saying if today is mainly of the Negroid race, and most of the Sephardic had Doi Kosophatic. It just makes perfect sense when taking the genetics and looking at the findings on those walls, what they did look like, right? They're still not that far from how they looked today. So very important to see on there. Just a quick little breakdown of some things of the ones that's found on these pictures that they have, right? All right, so let's bring it home. So again, that's why they have moved from this area, right? Because of the migrations that obviously makes perfect sense during the transition of the Bronze Age to the Iron Age. So at the earliest, you'll find an maybe Neolithic. You'll probably find a E1B1A Neolithic at its earliest, but Mesolithic time frame I just showed you, Mesolithic, Neolithic, Bronze Age, Iron Age. I just showed you pretty much all those E's moving around, and a lot of them obviously have Shemitic ties, like the ones we just showed in Chile. Yes, in America, in the lands of America, we know that they also had ties to the Sumerians. So we know that that preserved culture has ties to the Sumerians. So why don't you go and ask a Near Eastern professional how the Sumerians got to Peru? All of that, right? And let's summarize it now with this. So again, remember we talked about how pretty much we talked about on the books of Flavia Josephus right here. I switched the page, but let me see if it is switched. No, it's not. Okay, so remember we talked about how Gihon also runs through Egypt. So that's very important. Gihon runs through Egypt, a beautiful river that I wouldn't mind walking down, right? Maybe setting where I want my kingdom to be down there, right? Very beautiful river, a lot of grass going on. And we seen the Bronze Age, what happened in that time frame. Just making sure we hit everything. We talked about the Hittites. That's how we found out that lineage that went across the seas. We found out that lineage went across the seas because it had ties to the Hittites. That's who it had ties to. That's what was going on over here that I was showing you. That this secret society that was over there up in the north had ties with the Hittites, and they were over there mingling with people. We know the Hittites made deals with Mitanni and everything, so a lot of the nations in the north are going to be highly tied. We know that we didn't have history of the Hittites until the last 100 years. That the Bible was saying that the Hittites exist, but they didn't even know that the Hittites exist until they found the actual Hittite tablets, the actual Indo-European tablets that they found, and they know that the Hittites exist because of those tablets. But the Bible was saying it the whole time that they exist, that they said that those exist, but they just found out in the last 100 years that they exist. So obviously Anatolia has a lot of history, right? It's going to have a lot of history. And one of the pieces of interesting history that happens in that time is the fact that if you remember that Lydia is a connection to the Shemite and the obviously the Shemitic nations. So that's important to know. But they fall early because the Hittites are invaded by Indo-European people. So that is a nation that falls very early and is invaded and changed extremely quickly. So just make sure there's nothing on this thing, as I'm pretty sure no. And close that. And this one this is just to let you know that one branch, like for example, this is only a H. This is only a empty. This is a Y-DNA H. Y-DNA H. And this is only an H, but look how diverse it is. This is in different time frames. You can find it in, see the blue there? You can find it in the corded wear, which we talked about where we found the L3 in. You can find it obviously in Iron Age, the same branch. So one branch can make so many different children because, it's a lot of children that one branch can make, right? You can have a lot of different children from one branch. It's very possible. So that's just important. That's showing the Neolithic. Well, this is actually mitochondria. I'm talking about Y-DNA. This is mitochondria. Make sure this is mitochondria. But that's important because we also talked about mitochondria of the pretty much lineage. Make sure that's addressed. This H is mitochondria. But that mtDNA diversed and went all over, right? It went into all different types of places, right? It's an Indo-European mitochondria. So right here, you can see this is going to be a very important culture too. Not a lot of people know about this one from the Mesolithic, but it has connection to the Natufians. So very important culture, right? It's about the same ages of the said, how you say, what are they called? The Iberasians, right? About the same age as Iberasians, and they're Natufians, right? Obviously having connections to the Caucasian, Anatolian area, right? This culture and not to the Iraqi, Iran, what's that? Zazuan culture, to the east and south, as well as to Levant and Natufians to the southwest. So you see what's going on there. So you can see the connections of these being all having ties. That's why I was showing you like the battles that were happening there. And then we talked about what's all connected with them, right? Even Belt Cave that we were talking about with the E1B1A and the ones in Turkestan, right? The BMAC and the Hatu, right? We talk about those things, all connected, all those connected, right? You see that? Remember that pre-pottery Neolithic B? Deep dive in that pre-pottery Neolithic B time frame. Very, very important to see with those things. And then remember, long time ago, we got to remember that Eden changed. There was a flood. Don't expect the world to look the same, right? That flood, it wasn't just water. It had all types of things that happened. The world changed. So these rivers used to be connected, but now they're not. They're not connected anymore. So make sure there's nothing on these notes I want to point out. Here's E1B1A. I'll just do a quick run through. I'm just going to talk facts. Let me just tell you the facts. It is proven that as a man is older, they can have faster mutations. So it's definitely a man is able to have fast mutations. There's no doubt in that. When especially knowing that Abraham was 100 years old when he had Isaac. So that can be an instant mutation right then and there as soon as he was born. And remember, some of these dates are exaggerated, but we got to go about it as the best we can. And remember, E1B1A, I already pointed it out. The earliest it comes into Africa is no earlier than the Neolithic time frame, right? The earliest you can possibly find is Neolithic. The highest you can possibly find is in Bronze Age. In fact, the Natufian, the Bantu E1B1A is Iron Age. The Bantu E1B1A, the oldest is in the Iron Age. So you're not going to find any dates of E1B1A extending 5,000 years. And remember, even that year is exaggerated because I already showed you that almost every haplogroup is in a Mesolithic time frame. Almost every haplogroup is in a Mesolithic time frame. But we also got to remember that even that's exaggerated because there's no there. Let me tell you something for real. There is no such thing for real as an Iron Age, as a Bronze Age, as a Copper Age. Though these are scientific terms, and I walked by those rules to show you that we can walk that walk if we wanted to. But I'm telling you the truth that there's no such thing as those ages. There's really no such thing as those ages. Though those times go by, there's no such thing as a time when they only had iron and bronze. There's no such thing because I can prove to you that in each one of those ages, we can find tools that shouldn't be in that age. I showed that before when I showed they found an iron clacker, iron bell, iron clapper, pretty much. They call it clapper, but it's a bell. And it was made of bronze and iron. And it predates all of this. But that's just a given. Just understand that what I'm saying is this is a fact. What I'm going to read to you right here from a genetic site. This is what it's going to say to you in truth, right? So modeling the contrasting Neolithic lineage expansions in Europe and Asia, right? Very important to know what they know about the Bantu expansion, right? So what do they have? Recent studies focusing on Africa and a certain area, Sardinia, confirm both the high frequencies of R1b and E1B1A in relevant populations and structures of pretty much the tree associated with them. right? Because it says that R and E move together. And I talked about that before. Not sometimes you might find monophylactic families or families of said haplogroups. Because if you type down Jewish haplogroup, you don't see one haplogroup on there. You see multiple. Why? Because they say they are a mixed company, but we know they're not the real individuals. This is the real individuals. All those that's around E1B1A, that's the haplogroup. And you can see right here, the later and more gradual E1B1A expansion in Africa is as expected. Later and more gradual E1B1A is as expected because it's moving with an R lineage. Because that R, guess what that R has? I'll do a study on nothing but R, and well, we already did, and that's Magog. Magog's a monster. Magog's a monster in the past. They're like the Scythians and stuff. They conquer areas like crazy. It's crazy. You can look it up without no doubt. You can see how they move about throughout the corded ware, how they move out throughout the bell beakers. They slay a lot of the Indo-European nations. They're one of the they're the E1B1B of genetics. They're the Japheth Arabians, pretty much, if you want to put it like that. E1B1B and R are like one of the ancient lineages that pretty much destroy a lot of lineages in the world in ancient times, is what I found. The later and more gradual E1B1A expansion in Africa is as expected from the spread of cattle herders from the north between 2000 and 8000 KYA, because they're not Mesolithic or they're not Paleolithic. E1B1A is not Mesolithic or Paleolithic. So it's very important to get a little understanding of that, to get an understanding that they actually came out of Africa. I mean, they came out of the north into Africa, but Israel came out of Africa. Amen. So very, 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 very important information on that. Going over here, we went over that. So that's a little meat. So right here, you can see Mesolithic time frame. Show me an E1B1A like this in this time frame in Africa. Show me an E1B1A that's peaking 9,000 years. If it's African and it's only been in Africa for a long time, show me it this old in Africa. There's none. See how many times I said that in this live? I guarantee you no one's gonna show nothing, because it's nothing. It's literally nothing. This is it. This is the real finds. These ones are super old. These ones that I just find here. And remember, this is that one that's actually Shemitic. This one, study the history on it, E1B1A in Chile, and this exact location. It's Shemitic. It's a Shemitic line. It's a Shemitic culture with Shemitic culture that's there. You can see it from different things and what I showed, right? And then you got to know about, obviously, you can have dual lineages, right? You can have an ancient, like for example, Isham with a high Neanderthal mixture. That Isham, it could be a line from Enoch, right? Not from this Enoch, but it could be from another Enoch, right? Not this Enoch, but this Enoch, right? It could be from one of those ones, and then his children had it. It could be easily from like that. So Cain got with a woman, brought forth this one, brought forth this one, this one, this one, this one, and they can easily have all the same genetics as these. So those astronomical numbers, right, are easily understandable when you understand that one, these are brothers, and Adam most likely didn't even have a mutation because he was not even born of a woman to get a mutation. Because you know how a mutation actually works? When we read these Y chromosomes, all we're reading is one area of the Y chromosome, which is the area of the Y chromosome that doesn't go to recombination. But the areas that go to recombination, there's 2.5 at the top and 2.5 at the bottom that goes to recombination with the X chromosome. So that's how you get those mutations as they're being born, mixing with that X chromosome, and you're getting more different alleles and SNPs. So these ones will actually have, this Adam and Eve would have a pure line. They would have a pure line. And that's why you would have these having similar lineages. Now, it's definitely possible that from Cain, that's probably where you will get a branch. Like right here, you can get a branch of A000, and you get a branch of A000, right? Or A0000, right? From these. And all of a sudden you get a GHIJK. What? All of a sudden you get a GHIK from Cain, and all of a sudden somehow you get a DE from over here, and all of a sudden you get a A and B over here. That can easily happen because they're literally brothers. They're related. These are related from their roots, but this was wiped out. This one was wiped out. So you can obviously have those extra lineages there popping up, ancient lines that would have been wiped out in the flood, right? Very important to understand that they would be identical lineages because they're literally brothers, early brother lineages. So you got to remember that when you see some of these large dates and stuff like that. Again, going over here. So remember, the deep historicity of the Bible is quite accurate indeed. Is very accurate when you put the information together. It makes perfect sense when looking at these things. And look, they worked iron and brass before the iron and brass age, pretty much, if we think about it, because that's the beginning, right? That's the beginning of time. And we also can find that iron and brass, that exact iron and brass, because he said he worked iron and brass. And that's what we found. It's an interesting piece of metal that had iron and brass. So very interesting. And we know DE actually started outside of Africa. I'll just read this one piece, right? The Middle Eastern haplogroups, D and E, split 42,000 years ago. So one piece to this whole thing that I read already before. Very important, D and E split. And remember, E1B1A began as a P2. So very important that the baby lineage of E1B1A, which is younger than D, E is younger than D, E is younger than D, and Ishmael is older than the Israelites. And the Arabs are older than the Israelites, much older. So that's very important. So E1B1B is older than E1B1A. This is just little information. This is what we went over as well for some things. You know, I'm going to put meat in the description if someone needs some meat for it. So important to know, we know the Levantan culture left from over here. We know that for sure. And that's what we've seen, that the Levantan culture came out. And that's probably why you got that Atlantis culture. And that's that E1B1A. Our leader for today was E1B1A. And E1B1A showed us that the Bible is true. Thank you, E1B1A, for being the select children of the Most High Yah. May you stay on the Most High Yah, and may you be saved by the Most High Yah, Yah willing, so that we all can be saved. As how can we be saved if Israel isn't saved? This doesn't seem to make sense to me, as we are all here because the Most High sent his son and was born from the woman of Israel, and that's how we have our salvation, right? So we need Israel to stand. Bronze Age, Iron Age. This is the exact time frame when you take the history from the BMAC culture. They moved into the areas where they should have moved into, because if they was in Sumer in that time, they would have been wiped out. Some might have died in there, but some escaped and moved right in there at the right time. So that's that BMAC culture one. That's the one that is our leader for today. So, and then obviously we have our full picture of L3. This note will be the full picture of L3. And obviously L3 is more complex than it looks. L engines are more complex than it seems, but you got to take the fossils. This is a real note with actual studies of the fossils, right? Has connections to bell beakers, has connections to corded ware. It has connections to the ones I was just showing you from Iran, right? All around. It has connections to Europe, right? That's connections to Europe. That's the one I'm showing with the corded ware. They have connections to many different places around, all around in different places and whatnot. So very, very, very interesting lineage, the L lineage, very covered up. But obviously, you know, everyone who serves the Most High is blessed. Everyone serves the Most High. But this is for the sake of truth for this last bit of this generation, so that, you know, in this time, we at least give credit where credit is due. Give truth for the truth, right? So this is what it came down to. Now I'll end it on this last thing here. I'll end it on this last thing here. Since that's everything that I wanted to show. That was everything. Let me just one more scroll here. I'll probably do this note one more time, but we'll do it faster. But today I wanted to do all the history so you know all these things are true, right? We talked about the migration from the Nile into or from the Red Sea hills into the Nile, right? And we talked about who that was with the Tufian, what was connected, what's going on there and whatnot. So with that, that's all I got for you. Last thing I have for now, family, is this, that we know that the Shemites had a lot of the lower areas, and the Arabians are Shemites, and we know that E1B1A is a Shemitic lineage. So I'll leave it at this. I'll leave it with this. It is highly probable that Ramses, right? That Ramses that went into the Levant, that went into the areas of the Levant, right? Because he did. A lot of people may not know this, but Ramses, right? Here's a little understanding. A life-size statue of Ramses made and found in Israel, right? 12th century BC, right? That's after the Exodus was found in the lands of Israel. So obviously that Ramses had connection to some other people, right? Got questions, right? Jeffa, if you ever seen what's going on with Jeffa and everything and whatnot, talk about that, where that was found. That was found in Jeffa. I just wanted to quickly show some of that, because that's something, that's a different little thing. This is just some different little things and whatnot. So this is just some other archaeology, right? Archaeologists find 31,000-year-old pottery bearing the name of biblical judge, right? This is just, which one is this? Jerubbaal, right? That one with Gideon. How you say that, Gideon? And with Gideon, he himself, stands tall, and he ends up defeating the Midianites, and pretty much all their women merge with the Israelites. All their women merge with the Israelites. Why? Because the Most High is trying to establish an understanding that since the Midianites went into Africa, so did Israel. So did Israel go into Africa. But that isn't going to be a Shemitic nation, because Afro-Asiatic is Shemitic. Afro-Asiatic, Shemitic, Arabian, and Hebrew, right? So with that, that's all I got for you. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like I need to point something out, but I want to make sure. I gotta think here. I want to make sure everything's all right. I'll just point this out since one more thing, right? We can't leave off except we point out one more thing, right? Last thing, we know that if you know the Jews went to pretty much overseas. We know the Jews went overseas and everything. So I'm gonna end it on this, right? The Jews that went overseas and the Jews that are found all around the world, just like we talked about the one from São Tomé, Príncipe, and stuff like that. We do got a genetic report of São Tomé, Príncipe. And of course, right? Of course, since they're the Shemites, the ones that are Shemitic lineages, they're the ones that are, as said in historical writings, that were sold by some of the lineages, some of the lineages that were in Spain, right? Like King John II in 1492 expelled all the Jews to Africa, pretty much. And also those Jews were called the Black Portuguese, right? That's what they were called. And they were also descendants of the Negroes, right? And that's how the slave trade began. Can you believe it? You should believe it, because that's why the whole world was evil for a long time, because they were doing evil. And we know that that's true because even on genetic studies, they know that the Jews, right, many of the Jewish migrants that were sent there, right, in São Tomé, they know that there was a bunch of children sent there, around 2,000 young children. And we know that they actually filled the territory. That means they weren't wiped out. They would fill the territory. And in that land, we find your E1B1A, M2, E1B1A. This is E1B1A 7. That's E1B1A 7, M191. And your E1B1Bs, most likely mixed with E1B1A. This is going to be mixed together. These are going to be obviously welcomed in, because Israel actually has, when they had a covenant at that time, a lot of these nations will be merged together with same mtDNAs and everything. Not all these, sometimes people say these are rape. Not all these are rape, and not all these are modern. For example, I showed my genetics. Mine goes all the way back. My R lineage goes all the way back to Africa. This voice that you're hearing here ain't a recent mixture. This ain't a recent mixture. I don't have a recent mixture of these L3s and L1s and 2s. I was around this line. This is my family. So that's something to know, important to know. So this is something to know. Indeed, different fathers, we could be different mothers, but if we about truth, we're all one. So this is the monophylactic family of Israel, I believe. So that's something to know indeed. And all those who are with Christ, right? Bloodline don't matter. It's about the salvation of the Most High, but the truth matters, right? But I do believe that it's important to know truth. And I believe that the E1B1A lineage that is not ever found as a Canaanite, because that's just how precise it is. E1B1A are the Israelites. With that family, be blessed, be beloved, and amen. And I ended on this. If anyone got any fossils to disprove any of this, if anyone got any fossils, they're free to come up anytime. But before we end, let us look at some questions. I see some things came in real fast. Shalom, shalom, family. Let's see, outside Africa, Afro-Asiatic, Father Pro, that's right. Absolutely. Yep, they could be. They could speak Cushite, but they wouldn't be Cushitic, or how you would say that. They wouldn't be a Hamitic Cushite. They could speak Cushite. They could become Cushite. I don't think the Garden of Eden was in Africa, because why would it tell you that one of the rivers were in Africa and then tell you that a river would be in Ethiopia? I don't think it would be in Africa. That's just, well, I wouldn't think so in that. The 18th dynasty was Arabs, not the 18th dynasty, because the 18th dynasty had our lineages. Our lineages are not Arabs. Our lineages are not Arabs. But the 20th dynasty and some of the earlier dynasties were Arabs. Like some dynasties that were before 13th dynasty earlier had some E lineages that were Arabs. And the 20th dynasty, where Ramses comes in, is Arabs, not the 18 and 19 dynasties, but the 20th dynasty. Egypt 20th dynasty would be the one. Yeah. I want to say E1B1A is jealous E1B1B. I think E1B1B stands its ground well enough. I think E1B1B does not need a defense. I think E1B1B is so large that everyone should know that that's Arabian lineage. I don't think E1B1A is jealous. I think E1B1A needs to be supported for help with this truth. Giving them different numbers and letters. Yeah. But the letters, they seem like a small difference, but when you look at the actual SNP or the actual Y-DNA, it makes a bigger difference than just saying E1B1A versus E1B1B. They're like a major difference because of that mutation. Mandeans, yeah. What do you mean by the Mandeans? Like the Mandeans? I said they were Turks. I don't remember saying the Mandeans are Turks. It depends on what haplogroup you're talking about. I believe that the J group have high levels of Turkish lineage. But if they are J group, then yeah, they would probably be connected to Turks. But that doesn't mean that every J is a Turk. Not every J is a Turk, but they do have high ties to Turks, right? Because some J's are Greeks, right? Some J's are Greeks. Some are Finnish, from Finland and everything. Oh, I never seen that. Yeah, still connected no matter how you try. So he's a worshiper. Yeah. I don't know you being extra, so I'm gonna block you. If you want to come up, I'll put a video thing in the description. Let me see what time it is. It's 5:14. At 5:15, I'm gonna end it. If someone wants to come up, I'll let them talk, and I'll show you how truth actually handles itself compared to just saying stuff. But with that family, that's pretty much everything we have here. We pretty much established truth without doubt. That's one of the things that we just established today. I'm gonna lay down the facts one more time. E1B1A, the true movements of E1B1A, E1B1A comes out of the P14, the P42 or P2, P42, the P2 of E1B1 star or E1B1, which is P2. E1B1 P2 is what makes E1B1A. That's why they call it an omic. The 6% omic goes into Africa, but it goes into other places as well. It goes actually into the north first, then goes overseas. So important to know, there is no Mesolithic and no Paleolithic E1B1A in Africa, and I challenge anyone to disprove that statement. I challenge anyone to show me a Mesolithic and a Paleolithic E1B1A in Africa. I challenge anyone to prove it and verify it, because you can't prove it or verify that statement. The real truth of E1B1A is that E1B1A started outside of Africa, beginning with the Natufian culture, spreading into the north, shooting out all the way across seas, showing its Shemiticness all the way in Peru, right? Connecting to the Sumer, the Sumer, obviously, because their culture that moved with them. And then that E1B1A went back across the seas, probably landing in some areas of Africa and upper areas of back to Sumer, coming back through the areas through its Phoenician fellows. And that E1B1A ends up sitting perfectly in the BMAC culture and exactly in the transition of the the third dynasty all the way to Ibbi-Sin. He ends up moving through, settling, becoming the pharaoh right after the Exodus, right? E1B1A becomes a pharaoh after the Exodus because the Most High puts him on the throne. And then we end up getting E1B1As migrating to Africa right after, as we have recorded, almost soon as Abraham is released, 18 BC, it is written that many of the Jottonites who are older than Abraham and many of the people who are there go into Africa. Moses marries an Ethiopian. She's a Midianite who goes into Africa. First, Josephus, book 1, chapter 15. We see that's true. So with that, family, if you haven't seen the whole thing, it may have been a longer live today. It's probably one of my longest ones, but I guarantee you that this was perfect truth, deep and entwined with actual fossils and actual true history. So as close as it can come together. But that is why I believe E1B1A is Israelites. So with that, shalom, shalom, family. Yeah, amen, amen. That's right. With that, be blessed, be beloved, and I gotta think about this. All right, yeah. I'm gonna put a video on my right hand, on my left hand, and I hope that if you don't understand, how we know the out of Africa idea is false, that video will pop up. And if you don't understand how we know that all humans come from Ham, Shem, and Japheth, that video will pop up. So with that, family, be blessed, be beloved, and Gihon was in Africa.
Called E1B1. And I just want to talk about something real fast.
I'm always wanting to talk about something. With that, have a holy conversation every day, family. And I want you to be blessed. I want you to be beloved. And amen, family.